Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Black E in collaboration with Kauma Arts. And this is a forum which centers on Black dance, right? And Kushe, Akwaba, Cabo, Caribou. If you've been here before, you've been to Black Dance Forum, welcome back. If this is your first time, welcome front. So today we're going to be going through all kinds of stuff today. We've got quite a full program for you. And I'm really excited. I'm sitting next to two amazing people who are going to be their first guests on this day. But before we go into it, just to show you around the site, for some people you may not have used this platform before, but there's lots of different options and integrations that I wanted to alert you to. There are going to be points where we can Q&A, you can write in the chats, I think in your top left hand side or top right hand side. There's a poll area as well. You can look at the audience and connect. We're going to have a little space later on for networking as well. So familiarize yourself with the area. There's also things like the booths. So there are 3 booths, booth A, B, and C, where in the break you're going to be able to go in there and see what amazing films and things we got lined up for you there. There's also the reception area, which you're in right now. And then there's also the area for the tables, where later on you'll be able to have a chance to speak to some of the collaborators on the event. So without further ado, I'm just going to get things started, just to get the conversation rolling. So before I carry on, actually, my name is Andre Dennis Ebola Bright from Sierra Leone. And I'm going to be hosting today. So if you have any questions and things like that, put them in the chats. I should be able to see them here if you have anything like that as well. So I'll be able to respond to them there. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go on to the keynotes. And it's going to be in a conversation, right? So between Nike and who is the founder of Pan-African Creative Exchange and former director of the Arts Council England Decibel program, right? And Italia Johnson, a change-making dance facilitator. Okay,
sounds good.
Come on, movement director, lecturer, performer, and they're going to be discussing dance and culture across the ever-changing, ever-evolving landscape, regionally, nationally, and internationally. So we can't hear you, but you can hear us. Give them a round of applause, Nike and Italia.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre.
You're welcome.
Hi, everybody, and I guess Italia is going to get it started.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much, Andre, for that great intro. Myself and Nike agreed that it would be really great to offer an invitation to do a collaborative breath before we begin together. The reason why we think this is so important is because we know you may be running from one place to the next, you may be in the middle of your lunch, you may have just finished a meeting with lots of things on your mind, and we know the topics that we're talking about today around Black dance don't always come with joy, they come with a heaviness, and what we want to do is just breathe together to invite in some light and beautiful energy before we begin our conversations. So what I would love you to do, wherever you are, is to just sit and maybe close your eyes and allow your feet to connect to the earth. Allow your hands to connect and be relaxed, maybe on your legs. And close your eyes if you feel relaxed to do so. I'll just explain what the rhythm will be like. It's known as box breath. And imagine a box. So we inhale for 4, we hold for 4, we exhale for 4, and we hold for 4. And we'll just do that for a round of 4, so not too long before we start getting to it. So just relax, maybe roll your shoulders, move your mouth, relax your jaw, and then start to inhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4, inhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Inhale from the tummy, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, release, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Last time. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Before you open your eyes, just take a moment to acknowledge the thoughts and the feelings that arose for you, and maybe just invite in something that brings you joy into your mind that will take you through this next couple of hours together. Return back to your natural breath, and if you haven't already, open your eyes. I hope you feel a bit more in tune with yourself.
I love that.
Thank you. Always needed. Always needed. So we'll get started. I'm Nikki Jonah, and I think for me it's important that we discussed about our positionalities so that you understand where we're coming from when we have a conversation over the next 25 to 30 minutes. I was raised in Liverpool. I'm actually of Nigerian heritage, raised in Liverpool by Crosby, the Gormley statues in Crosby. For a number of years I worked at Arts Council England, where I led on decibel performing arts and other programs. So I'm quite cross arts. I did a lot of visual arts, music, dance. I'm coming from a multidisciplinary space. Studied fashion here in Liverpool, and then went off to Birmingham and studied business. I'm currently the co-executive director of the Pan-African Creative Exchange. It's a platform that showcases artists based in Africa first and foremost, all those from the diaspora, all those whose work responds to contemporary African space. And it's in response to a number of things, but the main thing is there's a figure out there that says less than 1% of all touring product that we see around the world, we're talking performing arts, where you have to move bodies, comes from the continent. And with that in mind, we need to think about how big the world is and how many shows we see. Much of those shows are not coming from the continent, so this is my response to do something about it. I would describe my practice as that of creating space, and that can be anything from showcasing talent, but it can also mean policy development, mentoring, doing whatever it takes to kind of allow people access into the space of arts and cultures, whether it's here in the UK or other places in the world. And that's me, 3 minutes, I think.
It's pretty amazing. Thank you. Okay, I think when we were talking yesterday, a lot of similarities. So I'm born in Liverpool, you can hear that. My Scouse accent is coming through. I have African and Irish roots, which is quite common in our Liverpool diaspora, with some Nigerian roots there. As I explore my ancestry, it's so great to know a bit more about who I am, where I'm from. My father was from St. Lucia. I have been supported by the Trailblazer Champion Programme. Many of you may have been or may have heard of that, which is from One Dance UK. I've recently just finished the Core Leadership Programme, which was a great time to pause and reflect on who I am and what I'm going to spend my time doing in the world of dance. My history, 22 years of working in the community sector, both in and out of arts and dance, and trained as a dancer in, when was that now? 2007, so a late, coming to dance later on in my life, realising that desk work wasn't the only way to have fun, if you can have fun in desk work. I co-found an award-winning dance charity which used dance to break down barriers and celebrate our individualism. And now I'm back to being a freelancer and looking at how I can, it's similar to Nico, where creating spaces for people to feel liberated and to shine. I think we know, in the world of Black dance, we experience barriers around what's not possible, or the challenges that we have to overcome to get somewhere. And I feel like part of the way forward for me is realising what lies within rather than always wanting to spend your energy on what you always can't control. So that's a little bit of a snippet of who I am. And I think we're going to start having a conversation.
And I kind of want to talk you through a little bit about where this idea came from. I've spent the last 4 months on and off the continent, spent about 2.5 months in South Africa, and attended a lot of conferences, academic conferences, but also festivals. And something that I kept seeing coming up, which I found very liberating, very refreshing, was this approach to work that's not quite finished or packaged tightly in the way that we're used to seeing, and this dismantling of the approach to having a keynote. So I sort of posed it with Mercy and Italia, and they were like, yeah, let's go for it. So we're just going to see how it goes. It's a work in progress, but you like to say more
allow us to fail,
allow us to
support us and lift us up.
Yeah. And it's really about us sharing ideas, perspectives, and just riffing off each other a little bit. And we're going to basically anchor it around the manifesto that Kauma Arts produced last year. So it was the Kauma Brief Encounters Manifesto. So those of you who haven't had a chance to look at it, I'm sure they'll put a link inside the chat. And they sort of observed that there was a number of areas of recommendation that we can start to think about if we want to sort of sharpen the sector from an African and African diasporic perspective. And they talked about leadership, education, young people, influencing policy for Black arts in particular, new ways of connecting internationally as well as nationally, and health and well-being, which is of course a very big part. Dr. Mercy Naibiri, who's one of the co-founders of Kauma Arts, she encourages us to take time to pause, given that we've now, we're in these times where nothing's making sense to any of us. We've got COVID that's happened, we've got the climate change, we've got all sorts of things that seem like they're upside down. So it's time to reflect, to assess, to use this space really as a creative testing ground to see how far we can push things. And to be honest with you, when I went through the recommendations, I thought, I've seen these before. I've seen them in the Who's Theatre report that was authored by Baroness Lola Young, which, to be quite frank, you can't find anywhere. It's in the British Library, but there's not a digital version of it, which is worrying, given that it was only 2010. I've seen it in numerous reports at Decibel and diversity reports that came out, Arts Council and other funders. So we're having a bit of that, what you call a Sankofa moment.
A Sankofa moment, yeah. I think when we were chatting and when I went away to think and digest, it brought me back to the Sankofa bird. Many of you may know that bird already, and if you don't, just a little bit about that beautiful message of the mythical bird celebrated by the Akan people of Ghana. And Sankofa in the language of Twi, it means to retrieve, to fetch. So it's about the quest of knowledge, and then what do we do with that knowledge, and think about where we get our knowledge from our ancestors, from people who have been before us, who've worn the badges and have the scars to show. And the question to ask ourselves is, where do we choose to get our knowledge from? And who do we trust and who trusts us? And what do we then do with that knowledge? And the Sankofa bird carries an egg in its mouth and it's looking backwards, celebrating what's been before. And the egg, having explored the Sankofa bird through performance and just really allowing myself to explore that bird through connecting with my identity, I looked at it from a different perspective as I thought about the egg. It's about the fragility, but yet the boundless hope of what the future can bring. So then it's like, how do we then share this knowledge to the present day, to the future, and acknowledging who are our griots, who are our leaders, and who are our tribe. And so this, I'm very much motivated by joy. I'm very much a positive-minded person. However, I know that there comes with that the yang, I have to be realistic. Don't want to be sometimes. And it's about, this also comes with the fear, with the frustration, the unfairness. of the world that we live in and its structures and systems that it creates. Equity is something we believe in, but it doesn't exist. Race is not real, but racism is. And so it brought me back to thinking, this is why we're here talking about black dance, because historically we have not been seen, heard or valued as other potential, we hear about how other European Western forms of dance and dancing cultures are celebrated, are given more funding. So I thought it really made me think about that analogy. But I will breathe. And I will, but just one other thing I mentioned, and before I do pass the mic, I did say it'd be tough to get the mic off me, even though I haven't physically got one, is that when we're thinking about the Sankofa Bird, it also made me think about the amazing people who've paved the way. So Mercy, Dr. Mercy, I said Nikkei, but she was like, oh no, but I value, the things that she has explored and had challenges with. People that are here today, our very own Karen Gallagher, a female black leader based in Liverpool, who developed this great article that was recently just in People Dancing with June Gamble and Susan Burns, and looking at the last 40 years in dance and acknowledging that currently the dance infrastructure is fractured, and like and within that dance infrastructure then becomes black dance within that, but not all of it. But the message that she had and the other women had was, let's not rewrite things that already have happened. Let's use this amazing journey of knowledge, of experience, of scars, of badges, and let's see how we can collaboratively go forward. How we do it, and I hope you're going to help us find some of those conversations and provocations to look at how we can do that together.
I think that's such a great starting point, because I think when I worked at the Arts Council, I remember we kept thinking we were inventing things, and then you come across a report in a dusty box and you think, oh, they did this 20 years ago in the Southwest or Birmingham or in Liverpool. And you realise that a big part of what we've really got to fight for is organisation and memory, and how that is maintained. And of course this relates to policy review, which is a big part of making shifts. How do we have those policies that work and that get monitored, that really are meaningful? Because sometimes policies are put in place, but there isn't an infrastructure around it to support ensuring that the people who are supposed to be getting the funds or the support are getting it. So I think it got me to think of that. It got me to think about how organisation and memory can be advanced and grown. And when I talk about organisation memory, there's things that organisations do over the lifetime of their existence. How do you know what they've done if you start in 2020? How do you know what they did in 2005 if there's nothing written down? There's no archives, there's no one to go to. And again, a great example for me, which I thought was a loss, was both the Cultural Leadership Programme and Decibel Programme that I worked on, where it's sprinklings and spatterings, and you have to go to people that worked on the programme to get the bulk of the research that's done. And it means that you're sometimes feeling like, oh, we've been here again, and it brings out cynicism. And you want to be excited because there's things that are happening now that I think, yeah, they happened when I started at the Arts Council, when I was excited about it, and then I was told, oh, well, that happened 15 years ago. So I think we need to think about that. I think for me, with that in mind, I think we have to ask ourselves is, what is it that we want? What does it look like? What are we asking for? Because sometimes people can complain because they've got the complaint narrative anchored because they've had to. But actually, sometimes I ask people, I said, so what is it that you want? And they go, this happened to that. And I said, no, but what is it that you want? And then you realise that they've never really been asked that and had time to think it through. So actually, as we're sitting here today, I want you all to think about what is it that you want? It doesn't have to be massive, it can just be something that can affect and change for you, your community, the people that you work with. But what is it that you want? What does it look like? How do you articulate that in a meaningful way so that others that are there to help as activists, as anchors, as advocates can advocate your message in the right places. Because sometimes I'm not always clear what people are asking for. I know what I think we need. But,
Yeah.
do you
I think-
find that as well?
Yeah, I think what's coming up for me when you say you pose that question and people don't know the answer, and it takes me back to the program that I developed with my colleagues around developing a space for good majority artists and acknowledging what they need. And a lot of the time, like you said, they may not know, but what we acknowledged is that they need to be paid for time to think and heal. And knowing that we are within these structures that we talk about that are institutionally racist, that are, sexist, all these different things that we are living within. So it's acknowledging that and knowing that we may not have the answer straight away, but what we need is time and space to think collectively, but not unpaid and not rushed. A lot of the time, we're in Black History Month, and I feel like a lot of people who are from the African diaspora will feel the heaviness of that. And just like that feeling, we don't want to then put that pressure on finding the solutions. Because, like you say, sometimes we've seen this before. So how do we? What is enlightening is that we might have seen some things before, but what I'm so inspired by are the young leaders, the young activists, the young artists, of like just how different their views are. We call it, talk about Generation X. Am I right? Yeah, is that right? I'm looking at you. I got that term right. But there's a deeper level of self-awareness and self-worth in our new generation, which is amazing. Like, yes. So I think with that and all of this journey that we've had, we can do something special with the right spaces and with the right funding. Unfortunately, I don't give funds out at the moment, so yeah.
I think you said something interesting about time, space, and money. That's what everyone needs. And wherever I've gone in the world, it always boils down to that. Space to think, space to be, a physical space to be in, the money to do it, and the time, because you don't always get enough time. And one of the things that I would advocate for is if an organization is, or a collective, is not core-funded by the Arts Council, I've always said give them more time to make, to think, to do the research and development, because 2 weeks, 3 weeks, dance doesn't get anything. If you compare dance to theatre gets way more time, and it gets way more concessions to make the work. They've made the case very, very strongly, and I'm not sure that dance always has, and I think that's something to really be unpacked a bit.
Yeah, I hear you, because I think I've just, I've had different experiences where I've just come back from Leeds working with an Answer Theatre. Big up if you're listening, because incredible work, led by Black women for Black women. And I can feel the pressures that are on that individual artistic director who is doing lots of different things. That she does have a producer, but it's where do, like you mentioned before, or we mentioned earlier about the dance ecology, where do the dance houses, the dance organisations, the venues, where can they support the artists? Because I kind of see this as like a big puzzle, and then how are we figuring out which part of the puzzle we are, so that we can have this vibrant landscape of Black dance that is celebrating what has been, but also being excited about the unknown of the future.
I think that's such a good point, and I think it makes me think, as you're talking about leadership, how we define leadership.
Yeah.
Leadership for a number of people is, if you've got the chief executive, your artistic director, you've got some senior something in front of your name. For me, leadership is it can be articulated in a number of different ways, from working within a community and anchoring that community and finding a space for that community to have a value within a wider ecology, not just the arts, but a wider ecology. I was saying to Thalia when we were talking about, I was asked by Thunder to identify some leaders to get funding to come to our showcase in South Africa, and they said, I said, could you define leadership for me? And it was the director of this festival and director of that festival, and I said, well, that just is going to completely exclude any black people, because I know in that particular space there aren't any black people leading. So how are we going to value what the black people are doing? Because they're contributing, they're making work, they're advancing the genre and the sector. But because you've chosen to define it and package it and frame it in a particular way, it's excluding them. So that actually, let's think about how we define and value and leadership. And I always think about one of my favourite films, My Cousin Vinny, when the girl's explaining why she knows that the cousin's car could not have made the tracks that had sort of like put him in jail. They said that he'd sort of, his car had been there, and she was saying, and she breaks it all down, and then the guy said, well, what makes you an expert? Because there was an expert from the university there who had a suit on and was a professor, but she was this sort of Brooklyn, sort of like fast-talking Italian, that sort of Italian Brooklyn vibe. And she basically says, my dad was a mechanic, my brother's a mechanic, my uncle's a mechanic. Everyone in her family, everything she did was she ate and breathed being a mechanic. And what she was basically saying is, there's more than one way to be an expert. And I kind of love that, because I think we've got to think about how we start to unpack the ways that people are experts in our space that are not valued, and how do we uphold that? How do we hold them and advocate for them and put them in positions that we see can elevate what they're doing and elevate their esteem? And I think for me, an example is that if you put them in the positions, you've also got to recognise that they're not used to it. So there's this imposter that comes with it. The imposter that I shouldn't be here, I don't speak a particular way, I don't behave a particular way, I didn't go to a particular school. So part of it also is, if you're going to help them there, we've all got to surround each other with support and love, so that we can help them push through those kind of imposter syndrome moments, which I have regularly. And people always say, you don't have it. I said, I do.
Yeah, and this just makes me think about, and allow them to fail.
Yes.
Because we're exploring it more in the dance, language, and I just recently got my creative practice, and that was a whole allowing me time to just be in the studio and go, oh, what am I doing? But it's also, like you mentioned, it's also allowing those spaces in all the different areas of the dance infrastructure. Having that time on the core fellowship program was something that it just came at the right moment. How old was I now? I don't know, 44 or something like that, yeah. And it just allowed me the right moment to pause, like what Dr. Mosey mentioned, to pause, to reflect on who I am, to reflect on the badges I've given myself or been eager to have. Yes, I'm a director. Yes, I'm a leader. Yes, I'm this. But actually, it doesn't matter about those titles, but it only matters because of the systems that we work within and the titles that are given power. Yeah. But just like you say, Nikkei, I really loved how Hilary Carty, who was the lead of the fellowship program, explained leadership. It's like anyone who has the ability and the charisma to lead a group of people to a collective goal. And that could be, you talked about a woman in Gambia doing a theatre, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Auntie Janet. Yeah. Janet Bradgen-Young. She runs the only purpose-built theatre in Gambia, and she's 85. She's freaking amazing. Yeah, and I'm always thinking about who's holding her space, who's writing about her, who's making sure that she becomes part of the archives and the people. She's written a number of plays, she's educated a number of people. She lived in Trinidad, Kenya, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Ghana. Yes. She's Pan-African in her background, Pan-African in her outlook. She understands diaspora from all different viewpoints. I just think I'm doing a PhD and I'm writing about her. That's why I'm so passionate. She inspires me to think about people who hold space. And what happens when you take someone like her, who holds the theatre space in Gambia? Gambia's tiny, there's like 2 million people. And what happens when you take her out of that space? What does it look like? How do you, when you speak to people in Gambia, most people are self-taught. So what does it mean when someone like her, who studied at Rose Bruford College, comes and meets the self-taught sector? And what can we learn from that? Because there's something that happens in our spaces. Many of us are self-taught, and then we sort of grow into our confidence of saying, I am a director, or I am running this company. And actually, how do we kind of really recognize and value it more? Because I think when I was approached to do my PhD, I said, but why? And they said, you hold so much information that you can just talk to it like that. And it's only now that I'm in my 3rd year.
Yes.
that I realised what they were saying. Is that because of my lived experience, because of the sort of work that I've been doing. And what I've done in my journey is I've brought most probably about 2 more people in funded PhD programs, because I've recognised what they can bring to the sector. I recognise what's missing and what can help us in this journey of trying to achieve some of these recommendations. Is that we do need more research. We do need more researchers that are of African descent. We need people on the continent, but also those off the continent. We need to have a big conversation around diaspora, and because diaspora has always been part of Africa's liberation. We saw it with the Pan-African movement. We saw it with negritude and movements. But actually, what's happening now, when there's lots of information and lots of artistic energy coming out of the continent, what are we going to do? It's really exciting.
Hopefully harness it and learn from it. I think that is really exciting, the conference that you lead on. It's like, how do we get more interaction with that wealth of creativity, knowledge that would support us sharing this story of Black dance in the UK? Have you got any ideas?
As you were talking earlier, I thought of this wicked space in South Africa. It's called the Centre of the Less Good Ideas. It's William Kendidy's space in Mabeneng, in sort of, I like it, it's kind of an edgy neighbourhood. It's got really lots of artistic people from all over Africa in this space. But what he does is he gives you space to fail, iterate, and make work. And I'm sure you all know Gregory Kauma. I'm sorry, Gregory, for not doing the clip properly. But Kauma, he did a beautiful dance piece called Sion, and he gave birth to it in that space. And everything I've seen that has come out of the space, Kudus on in the Kiku's piece, I can't remember the name of the piece. He did a beautiful piece that came out of that space. And I think it's an interdisciplinary space, and it gives people time to test out their ideas. And what I love is they test out their ideas to the audience. They say to the audience, right, we're going to do this bit next. And this is, they give you the backstory, and then they're practicing on stage and then listening to the feedback from other artists. And I really, really like that. They do that a lot in South Africa. And I like that. I feel like they're brave, they take risks, they're very playful. And I thought, I kind of want to bring some of that energy here.
That takes me back to my Trailblazer Champion times, because Dr. Macy has trialed that. I remember having spaces, I can't remember what the name of them were now. If anyone remembers, please tell me. And there were places where you could have small audiences, but you could just try out your work and then get feedback, because that's then how you truly get to develop and explore that work. And just, what I'm thinking of when you're talking about is like, I still haven't been to the motherland yet, and I've got to get there. But I also, definitely, I'll be there. But I also am thinking about the wealth of African dance in the UK. And, just Liverpool, we're here, I'm going to big it up, because I am now part of the Black Women's Health Forum, and I have the honour of leading dance to women that were part of Delado, which we just had a celebratory event for them a couple of months ago, last month, with Maxine Brown, Donna, Alienne, Drusilla, big up to them people,
Yes.
because and I'm, you know, Donna and Drusilla are part of that group, and it's like, how do we share that, keep that story going? I know Maxine's doing an amazing job. She's been a lead for African People's Dance in Liverpool, and she's now working with the museum. So I think they're the kind of, I'm thinking, oh, that's a great way, because now being part of a museum that celebrates history and is looking at how we are retelling the story of Liverpool is a great way to also be able to celebrate the importance of black dance within that.
I think it kind of got me thinking about how the fact that you just called them out, and people who are not from Liverpool might not know them, I know those names, just they're legends in this space, and about how do you then, apart from just giving them a shout out on these platforms, what are the kind of practical things that you do in your day-to-day to kind of ensure that they get the spotlight and shine? Because it's interesting, I live in London, and I'm always shocked when I come outside of London of how little resource there is. You keep forgetting in London you're quite spoiled, but when you're in Liverpool, in Manchester, not maybe so much, but Birmingham still hasn't got a funded black theatre company by the Arts Council. It might do now, but in my time it didn't exist. And you think about all the gaps that happen, and you think, how do they get an opportunity to be spotlighted beyond, especially if they're not in a regularly funded organisation? What kind of things have you been doing then?
Yeah, I think for me as an individual now, it's kind of like what I've been doing is pausing and looking after myself. With that, I think that also then looks after the sisters and looks after others when you do that, when you show that you're allowing yourself space and time. But I mean, what my ideas are, I suppose maybe if I just reflect on the time when I was part of an organisation and what the things that I have been involved in is creating spaces and platforms to hear black voices talk about what has happened and what's important. And no shock, it's the same themes in the manifesto: leadership, training, education, funding, where's the money, all that kind of stuff. So we know what the themes are. But I think where and what I was also doing then was creating programs and advocating wherever I am, whether it's Dance Consortium Northwest, whether it is to the Arts Council. As we grow in maturity and grow in our confidence, we then know that we can say things that we may not have thought that we could have said in the past. And just, like you say, never forgetting who they are and making sure, I think it's pushing back to the organisation. So, we're here at the Blackie. I know they've got an archivist now, Janaea, which is brilliant. She's incredible. So I hope that's going to be the continued work that happens. The museum, and also going to be part of kind of the support for evaluating some parts of the engagement in what the International Slavery Museum will look like in the future. I think that's my ways of doing it.
Some of the ways that I think if someone offers me something, an opportunity to sit on a panel or do a gig or something, if I can't do it, I'm now being more comfortable to say, can I recommend someone?
Oh yeah.
Often now, I was saying to you earlier that I know that normally when people come to me, because I was associated with Decibel, and Decibel, for those of you who didn't know it, was set up by the Arts Council. It was about 10 million investment over 10 years. And it was set up to support African, Asian and Caribbean artists based in the UK. And then eventually it expanded to all the wider areas of diversity, LGBTQ. We looked at class, even though class is not a legal requirement. We also looked at outside of London, even though that wasn't, it is now, but it wasn't back then. And so I know that lots of people come to me in that space because they know that I've got a network of people. And when I was at the Arts Council, I set up a mailing list. And anytime I saw anything interesting, I just send it out. And we continue that now with our PACE network. I also recommend, and what I do, I don't write them. I'll say to people, if you want me to introduce you, I will do it, but you write the letter for me in my voice. which means write it as if I've written it, but don't write me a biography saying so-and-so did this, and then I have to change everything into my voice. I might write it because I'm too busy. So I'll top and tail it and I'll send it out. It's just little small things that you can do, or sometimes it's about also just encouraging people to go for things that they wouldn't have gone for because they didn't feel like it's their space. And lots of us, we know what that feels like when you just think, oh, should I even be here? And just encouraging and checking in with people, but also getting other people, trusted allies and people in your network to do the same. I'm lucky because I've got sisters and cousins and a wider family network that are really, really, really supportive. And then I used to live in America, so I've got quite a strong network in the States as well. I realise that lots of people don't have that. You know,
You just reminded me actually, because I did say don't give me questions and put me up there. I was like, I can't think. What is it? But it really aligns with when I was chatting with Dr. Mercy about this event, I was like, oh, make sure, we've got to have la la la, because it's so important not to forget anyone, and because then it can blemish all of that work. When we talk about the Sanko, for all of that work that's been done in the past, it blemishes that. It makes people feel unvalued. Throughout my career, I have done a lot of mentoring, and I'm now going to be becoming a qualified coach in 2024, really focusing on ADHD as well, because I acknowledge that has been present in our creative industry, and it's not to be shunned upon, but it's to be celebrated and made space for. Just even coaching as allowing people to have time to reflect on themselves and to know that they've got someone who understands them, through having those conversations, like you say, putting people in touch with each other, putting people together. Being part of this Black Women's Health Forum is my kind of way of healing and looking after myself, but I know it also, it's like a domino effect.
Yes.
With the community, and then with their children, and then with their community wider.
Talking about health, you wanted to chat to me because you talked to me about, I was asking loads of questions about where have you been, where have you worked, and you told me you'd gone to Brazil and you'd worked in America, right?
That's right.
Tell us a bit about those experiences and what that meant to you as a practitioner.
Wow, both life changing moments in my career. Brazil was a moment. I remember the whole thing, because at the time I was working for the organisation and raising funds to get money to help young people fly out to Brazil. I ran a half marathon, and I said at the end of it, "I'm never doing that again." But it was a good journey. And in getting there, we went to Rio 30, went to the Afro Reggae favela, which was like, at one moment I was like, what am I doing bringing these young people here with people with AK-47s letting us into space? I questioned myself and I thought, what am I doing? But then when I went into that space, because that is part of a system that exists in Brazil, another conversation, but we went to the centre and it was beautiful. It was in the middle of the community, and it was dance studios, music studios. We drummed, we danced, we shared. It was incredible. And then after we had that journey, myself and one of my other colleagues, we went off to Salvador, and that was the life-changing moment for me, to go to a place where poverty was unfortunately central, or limiting to people's abilities of doing things. But what was centre actually was the arts and the culture, and to show the power, it really ignited that power of arts and culture within Brazil. And I brought that back with me, realising that, joy is the way. Not meaning joy as we all have to be Cheshire cats forever, but it's about like, how do we find our own journey to joy through trauma, through challenges, through having no money, through having to hustle too long, through this, that, the other, through someone being mean. How do we then keep that joy in our minds and I think that's what art and culture does for me. And then when you talk about America was when I found my other Caribbean sisters. I was at a point where, being from mixed heritage, having Irish and white roots as well as being Afro-Caribbean and having African roots. I felt a bit in between about where am I, who am I, what am I, you know, where's my culture from, who am I basically? A lot of people who know me knows that was a question I asked myself from probably the age of 6. And it was a time I was studying at the Jose Lebo Institute, and I met this beautiful woman in the elevator, it was called there, Cynthia Oliver, and she was like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "I'm coming to listen to your talk." And she said, "I'd like you to come to this audition." And it just showed that actually you have to be a bit rebellious, because at the time, during the Jose Lebo, we were rehearsing for our final show, and I said, "Can I go to this audition?" They were like, "No, sorry, you can't." And I was just like, "Oh my God, what am I gonna do?" And I just thought, I'm gonna go. And I went to my lunch hour and I just busted a move, and then I got to tour with these other women from that Caribbean diaspora to explore what it means for us as, you know, descendants from the Caribbean.
It reminds me of when I went to America, I used to call myself Nikki. So Liverpoolians that grew up with me call me Nikki, but I'm Nikki. And what Americans used to do is they would always introduce me with my biography. And I think it's so important because I felt seen, I felt visible. They'd say, "This is Nika, she has a twin sister, her mom's Yoruba, her dad's Hausa," and break down the entire history of me. And then the questions would come, and I think, wow, nobody's ever asked me. My background growing up in Liverpool, growing up in England, I never had been asked about who I was. And I realized that's why for me it's important when you are at these events that you talk about your positionality, because it helps people understand what perspective you're coming from. And when we talk about being in a restorative space and being able to go and experience different countries, I know some people don't have access to that, but I think this is for me where the multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary space must come in. I being at the Arts Council, I sat across all art forms, and there's certain gaps that I saw. I saw that visual arts are very strong with narratives around decolonization and invisibilization and that sort of thing. And we don't necessarily have as strong in theatre. There's a bit of that going on in dance, but they've been talking about it for a long time. But I realized that they didn't know what was going on in other art forms. So if you want to find a restorative space, it might be that you lean into other art forms. Of course, there's a lot more conversation with dance and visual arts. There's a lot of there's always been a conversation around dance and theatre. But actually, how do you start to really position yourself in spaces where you can have those moments of feeling elevated in some kind of way? Because I get that. When I'm on the continent, I love being on the continent. I'm really interested in South-South. I really like the whole connection of bringing the Caribbean to the continent, especially in South Africa. They don't have as many Caribbeans in South Africa as we have in West Africa, and what that means and what happens to the artwork when they're in those spaces. When they're getting feedback from someone from Senegal, a Sutu person giving feedback, a Xhosa person giving feedback, someone from Nigeria giving feedback, all different, but the artist that's in the diaspora saying, "That's what I've been trying to say, but I didn't know I was trying to say that." And hardcore people who I won't name shedding a tear because it was a moment for them. It was very restorative. And I think we can still find these moments in our own communities. We just have to look a bit differently and not be so stuck in your form or your genre, but sort of look outside. It can even be outside of the arts. I think there's a real interesting movement around performance and legal practice and lawyers and performance. Or there's even performance with surgeons. I was at an academic conference at Wits University in South Africa, where I saw a range of different people who were looking at performance practices. So you can play around, and I think this is you might find your space because people are receiving you differently and more warmly, or there's funding, or there's opportunities to do things differently. I think that's always been my approach. I think it works with it.
I think just on that, I know we're probably running off time. Andre, I think just to we talked about it a lot, didn't we? About I feel like it's really how we transform the agenda from trauma to joy.
Yeah.
And it's just like you mentioned there, rather than being victimized, we don't need to hold that label anymore. We can let it go, let someone else carry it if you want to. Who does? No one. And then let's look at how we take our agenda from, like I said, from trauma to joy.
And I think that's a great point to jump onto the movie we're sharing, which is Don't Sacrifice the Joy. Right? Perfect segue. I'm telling you, right? So it's a dance film provocation where you delve deeply into the intersection of joy and the arts, right? And I really just, as soon as I saw that written down, I was like, wow, that's really powerful. Because we were talking about intersectionality. I'm an architect, and I use space differently to other architects as a result. But we're looking at leadership, well-being, and you've got a specific focus on women as well, right? So we're going to go over to that. And by the way, if you have any questions for either of them, make sure you jump into the Q&A section, write them in there, and we'll try and answer them in the chats as well. But we're going to go over to the Don't Sacrifice the Joys by Talia Johnson for leadership. Should be ready around. But thank you so much, by the way, both of the conversations.
Thank you. I felt like we talked forever.
Art times well-being equals joy. Why is this equation so out of reach for many? What do we have to sacrifice, to change, to be? Joy is a sustained sense of well-being and internal peace, a connection to what matters. With joy, we become more truly ourselves. Joy is spiritual, is an experience of something greater than who we are. You can discover joy by learning to be your authentic self. What is art? Art is not neutral. It either upholds or disrupts the status quo, advancing or regressing justice. Great art changes people's lives.
I am coming with a baggage because I'm carrying a lot of people. Or I'm standing on the shoulders of those who have tried to break the glass ceiling where I'm starting. There are areas where I see that because of who I am, because of where I come from, have affected my career. We've paved the way, so you go do you. And make sure that you pave a way for the rest of the others that are coming after you.
Well-being is how we're doing as individuals, communities, and as a nation, and how sustainable that is for our own future.
It's anything that stars an emotion. Authentic. To first of all, know who I am, and that's what the must is. Know who you are, and then that way you will enjoy the journey.
Going on journeys together and realising that something works or something's interesting. At those moments there's often laughter, but also sometimes there isn't, because you might be talking about something quite difficult, but then you kind of realise what you've done and people feel joyful and proud and like an amazing team.
I go about life joyfully, and I deliberately decide to do that.
Kind of like growing in that moment as they have this experience, and I sit there with the audience, feeling what the audience are feeling, just feeling happy and exhilarated.
own advocate. In truth, you know when you don't feel well. Comparison is the thief of joy.
Safety, trust, choice, collaboration, and empowerment.
I like to feel joy. I like to be creative. I like to be artistic. I enjoy art. That relationship is important for my life and living.
I think that they are all intrinsically linked. I think it's a symbiotic relationship, that they are connected to each other.
Great things that could happen, but then because of resources, because of barriers along the way, it can't be done. But I always find ways of doing it because I'm not somebody who kind of gives up that easily. I always flourish with challenges. I try to turn the low points into highs.
For me, I think it's about the transformative power of art or engagement or participation.
I look back because sometimes we need to look back to be able to move forward.
Art is basically what you do, your creativity. I don't think there's necessarily an association that if you create art but it's not done professionally or you haven't been to art school, then it's not art and it's not creative.
And I find that sometimes who I am has become a strength. It's okay to not know how to do things, and it's okay to delegate, and it's okay to let go, and it's okay to fail. And then understand that actually failure is also a process. It's good to know who you are and to know your identity, know where you're coming from, and embrace it and use it as a power, because we all have a power in us to kind of be who we want to be and excel.
My message to the next generation is that you are entitled to joy. Always, always, always.
And we're back. Amazing. I hope you enjoyed that. And we're up to the next section. We're going to have a brief conversation with these two amazing artists next to me, right? So we're going to have Kamara and Antonio. I'm going to get them to introduce themselves in a little minute. And then what we'll do is we'll look at the Kauma Brief Encounters Manifesto. And it basically comes up with 5 main points of focus, which we'll just openly discuss over the section. So if you have any questions as we go through, don't forget to put them in the Q&A section, and then we'll be able to respond to them as well. So you want to introduce yourselves really quickly to let them know who you are, if they haven't come across your names before.
Yeah, of course. So I'm Kamara Gray. I'm the artistic director and founder of Artistry Youth Dance. We're a London-based youth dance company that supports young dancers of African and Caribbean heritage. And we're passionate about creating dance opportunities for young people for them to thrive.
Come on, tell them.
Cool. My name is Antonio Buka Seguma, and I come from Uganda. And currently I'm based in Leeds, working at the Northern School of Contemporary Dance as a dance lecturer, also a curriculum lead. And yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of what I will share with Drone and my experiences as an artist in Uganda and New Zealand and Europe. So if I stray away, bring me back.
No, don't worry. Stray as necessary. Because I think I was saying to you earlier, I think it's really important as well when we are having these conversations to bring in the discussion from around the world as well.
Mm.
And we're all international in that sense. Like we've had experiences in different areas, and we've all seen how different things can be done. And sometimes some of the solutions can be in that. So don't stray away to come back just for me, okay? So the last guest we had, Nike and Italia, we were talking about leadership. And that was the first element of the manifesto focus. And I'm just going to read out this little blurb each time, and then we'll just explore it if anything jumps out. So it's leadership and management. Leadership should focus on a specific area of the field of development, set specific aims and objectives, and deliver activities using Pan-Africanist approach and making room for consultation. So I guess my first question, which we can maybe open up the floor, is considering the above, what does leadership and management look like in your companies?
Well, I'll start.
Okay, just starting.
And also because it's my organization as well, so it might be a little bit different from where you're working at. So it's my organization that I set up, but I have a team working for me. So I have a project manager and a project assistant, and then I bring on freelance artists. But I was actually listening to some of the conversation from before, and I can't remember whether it was Italia or Nike who said it about someone who has the charisma to bring people together to achieve a collective goal. So I really feel that from my perspective as a leader, that is my role to ensure that we have a space where young Black dancers have opportunities to thrive and where they can really shine. And everybody I bring on board that we work with, that is the goal, and we all work together to achieve that. So I feel that's a good model for leadership.
100%. What about you, Anthony?
I'll give a brief about a couple of other companies that I'm part of in Uganda. One of them being Batalo East. So it's the ideas around traditional meets urban. So we put up festivals and have yearly activities that aim at like seeing how we can bring in traditional understandings and perspectives, combine them with hip hop or breaking or Afro-fusion. So if I compare, kind of like the leadership in such a space and here, you'll find that the way hierarchy behaves, is quite different because we are really, because of this idea of like, we are sold on the vision. So if you find us in like conversations or meetings, if you don't know us, you could think we are arguing. But like I used on that pattern of like, okay, as long as we are sold on where we are going, we shall, tear ourselves for the vision. So I would say, working with those, and I love the idea that there's also that sense of, community that I'm always seeking out for. That's where I feel the comfort of being in any space, because I don't want to be in a space where I feel like I need to withhold my ideas here and there. So having Sharon Watson as well as the CEO perhaps also helps a lot with that. And so I would say, in my opinion, like, being able to here and there, distort the hierarchy for the good of the vision, I think it's quite fundamental for good leadership.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned vision. I was thinking about it when we were talking about it in the last discussion as well, because I think for me, leadership is kind of, I say management is management of people, leadership is management of the vision.
Right.
So when you have a good vision, people will follow, and it's usually based around something which is this is possible idea, something which inspires some kind of inspiration in people, and people willingly come, as opposed to management, you're getting people to move, right, in that sense. So I really like the way you put that in there as well, for both of you, in fact. I guess the next thought in my mind is when it comes to the young people, because both of you work with young people, and I guess how to put it in the question would be, what is the need now for young people? when it comes to like what leadership do they need, specifically within the arts?
Well, I mean, for me, I've always wanted young people to think broadly. For me, that's developing leadership, whether they can have their own voice and identify what that might look like. So I try to get them to maybe try things that they otherwise might not have necessarily thought was their pathway, so that they can just think differently or think differently to how they came into the space. That's what I really like to have young people do, because sometimes we're put into boxes. This is the dance style that you should be doing. This is the way you are. And it's like, no, have you seen this? Have you tried this? Do you even know about this thing? If you try it and you don't like it, fair enough. But if you don't even know that pathway exists, then why don't you explore that and see if it resonates with you? So for me, that is essential for developing young leaders, that they can have their own voice about things, even if it's a voice saying, I don't like that, or that is not my pathway. I think that's really important to be able to articulate those things rather than just blindly following your friend, your family, or whoever it is in the space.
I'm definitely hearing an element of permission in there, like permission to be who you are and to follow your kind of route, and also having the autonomy to give yourself the permission. Because one of the things I found, because I've never been the person who's been in that box.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I've been in 5 different crews at the same time, all doing different dance styles and all this kind of stuff. But people, for some reason, because I've been unapologetic about that, people just accept that. Whereas I find that when you have been in one box and then step out, there's a lot more resistance in terms of that. But what about you in terms of leadership and young people?
Like I did a project in Germany. It was called Ask Arts. So we would go in schools and like give workshops, and the idea was to really break stereotype. And when it comes to young people, I really love how arts are a good way to really, neutralize the ground and just be a reference of like if they're ever in another space with another African or Black person, they'll be like, the society may have kind of like shaped my mindset in a certain way, but there is this particular guy I know who taught me how to sew, or you know what I mean? That those lived experiences around them, I think they're quite important. So in other words, like besides like doing maybe productions that attract them as audiences or engaging them in a certain way, I think it's very important that we act as references if we are given positions of power or positions of significance where you can actually really interact with them. So I think it really, when it comes to young people, it starts with us. Then also, another thing I would say about that is like, for young people, when we get a chance to work with them in a certain way, in Uganda, it was quite helpful to give them like, small responsibilities here and there within a space, because I think they love it when they feel like they, like they're stakeholders as well in a certain sense. So like through certain projects, we saw how they emerged, as community leaders, just by, just make sure the light, is off or on. Oh, just make sure somebody brings the speakers. Oh, and then, like that, nurturing them when they're still relatively young and having a sense of responsibility in space and in the arts, I think it's also quite important.
I love that. And I guess like a follow-on question from that for both of you actually would be, because I'm thinking now about the future of this. So imagine a new generation of young people who are within the arts and they have the permission, they have the access. Like, I guess it's almost imagining what that would look like, what shift that would make for the future of the arts on a wider scale. So I know right now we're talking about our own specific experiences, but it'll be interesting to explore what that might look like on a wider scale, like internationally. What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, I think in my perspective, there's still sort of like a negative connotation about being an artist. It really looks like, okay, in Uganda, and I've also had it in conversations, yes, it's more of like, when everything fails, you can be an artist sort of thing, like, to make it very clear example, like in Uganda at my career university, there is a course called MDD, music, dance, and drama. But like we used to call it Music Dala Dala, which translates as really, really dumb. So if you couldn't go for all the other courses, you know what, you can try music, dance, and drama, And I realized how, to some extent, that mindset is still, it's quite global in a sense. So I would say like really tying our arts to issues and topics that are relevant, because really art has a position in well-being. Art has a position in like building communities. Art is more than just the technique of it. So and I believe like with working with these young people in a nature that actually portrays art as it's just beyond you doing a dance class, but this is an intercultural space. You've got a chance to interact with somebody from Uganda or somebody from Congo or France. Like where else would you, perhaps have got that sort of like, close interaction with such a culture? So yeah, I think like broadening our, perspective about how we use arts as a channel to show them that art can literally open you to this beautiful world. Because I always have this thinking that not everyone who comes in a dance class is going to be a dancer. But like really, it's important that you already know that during the training, because otherwise they end that they realize that at the end of their study, and perhaps they could have been like some, interpersonal skills that would even have focused on a bit more serious. But because they kept in this world of like, I'm going to be in a dance company, or what I mean? Then it might be a little bit too late on the other side.
Yeah.
But like for me, I think art is beyond just the technique of it. Yeah.
How about you?
I think if the young people were kind of given the space to do whatever, it would really broaden up the creativity that's out there. But I think it works both ways as well, because I think for my generation, we have to accept that it's going to be different, because there's that learning that myself, and I'll just speak on myself, that I have to do as well, to accept that it's going to look very different to what I would do. So there's that element, and giving them the space to be able to do that. I mean, in the perfect world, if there were no limitations, and that's how it would look, but there is a lot of still limitations, barriers that exist. So I don't know how that would happen in real terms, for them to have the space to really do what they wanted.
Yeah, it sounds like there's an element of actually letting go as well. Like when it comes to the handover of the baton, as it will, in the relay race, that next generation has the autonomy. Like, it's one of my favorite words right now, so you might hear it a lot coming from me, but that autonomy to take it in a direction that where they think it will go. Because one of the things that has been a painful realization for me is if we hold on to things and do things our way, then it will only ever be our way. And then once we're not here, that will be the end of it.
Yeah.
So when it comes to sustainability, it kind of needs that. What do you think?
There's always like you're saying, Kauma, like a challenge in that, like, if they have the autonomy, like, how do you, still sometimes like make sure that the good example is always with hip hop, like how do you, keep sort of like, the purity of this style, but at the same time using the information from the young people to make it relevant to their generation. So I think that, that's where like it's that gray area could only be navigated by actually creating those intergenerational conversations of like, this works, this doesn't work, because something will maybe work in a certain area or space or style, and then in the other style it would not work. So that's why I think they should be exactly what you're saying, like they need to be kind of involved, but at the same time, as leaders of the generation, we should be able to manage those conversations. Otherwise, if they have all the autonomy, I'm a parent of three, so when they have the autonomy in the house, they're like, hey.
I love that. Any other thoughts to add to it?
Yeah, so where do you put the boundaries so that they're flexible enough that they can have some autonomy?
Yeah.
The word of the day.
Yeah.
But keep some kind of structure there. So yeah, a bit of balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's another thought that came to mind which connects with something you said earlier, Antonio. And it was when we were expanding on what the impact of that could be in the future, and we kind of touched on the idea, but really of like policy reform, like in terms of the institutional side of things, lobbying as well. And I'll just read this off this because this is effectively the second point of the manifesto. Enter into conversation with leaders of cultural organizations about the programs and how they are produced, taking into consideration their limitations. So effectively looking at the role of the cultural organizations and how they deliver their programs and the change that they can give. So we've talked about us as individual companies, especially working with young people. What about the wider cultural organizations who may sometimes have like almost governmental reach, like corporate connections and politics and all that kind of stuff? What kind of change can we maybe hope to see in that level?
I mean,
it's a big question.
It is a big
really big
question,
question.
and it's really hard because these institutions have been around for hundreds of years, and the rigidity in them is like they don't want to move. I'm sure it can be moved, but there's an element of that they don't want to move, because otherwise they would make changes. I'm not saying that nobody's making changes; there are changes being made, but essentially it's a very slow pace. So that's a challenge. And I remember once we had a panel discussion with a group of young people, and there was somebody on the panel who was talking about something that they didn't agree with. And a young person just put up their hand and said, maybe we just have to wait for you guys to all die out so that we can run the thing.
Yes, I remember that.
So it might be something like that. You have to wait for a certain generation to move on, for younger people to come in and for things to a lot more of a collective people to make different types of decisions.
Yeah, I think it touched on something I think Nico said in the last one as well, where she asked the question, what does leadership mean to you? And their response was the positions that were held. Right. And then she pointed out, if the leadership is just the positions that are held, then this is basically what your leadership looks like. Right. Because it was the same cut and paste demographic in each of those positions. Yeah. It's like, if that is what it is, then that will just be recycled, and so there needs to be change. And I remember that comment when that happened, and I guess sometimes that's like the unfortunately, when you're looking at the recycled situation going on, you can feel that lack of hope for that change unless something drastic happens. Yeah. But what about you? Have you had any
I think I'm going to say it in a broader sense, but I hope it connects to your question. Like from a cultural perspective, I also think sometimes there is because of how, in my opinion, how even for me how scripted my life here is comparing to being in Uganda, and I think sometimes change means uncertainty. So if an institution has been around for hundreds of years, like, the fear of like, if we twist here and there, how what guarantee do we have that we have it tomorrow? And of course, self preservation is also quite important. Otherwise, if no institution is there, then why are they changing in the first place? So I think, in my opinion, I think there is a little bit of that. But then I also think, like, which I also still relate to the cultural thing, is that the issue of time as a resource here is like really, so for someone to, for example, an idea would be great. Let's talk about, like, for example, collaborations across institutions, but time as a resource to get someone who's going to drive that, meaning you're going to change someone's scripted life cycle. Right. So the issue of time as also as a resource becomes a bit complicated unless you hire someone who is in charge of collaboration, for example. So I think I always, in my opinion, I always say, like, if the structure is working so well, then it's harder to change. You know what I mean? Whereas if you're in a certain structure that is not working so well,
Right.
then there's room to like puzzle it differently. You know what I mean? But like if an organ has been working a certain way for long, so yeah, obviously, like a solution to that, one of them, I think it's like really planting people from totally a different perspective.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if you think about like changing same people but changing from within, that sometimes it's quite hard because it's very easy to fall back to your habitual ways. You know, like it sounds exciting when we discuss about it, but then oops, this is how my week is all planned on morning. Sorry. So, but if you plant in like, for example, someone who has, I think it goes to something that we may discuss later, but like, for example, organizations that work a certain way and working with higher education, for example, because you really come wired totally different, then, that friction helps with like negotiating, some in between.
Definitely. And I think there's also an element of, because you said something along the lines of when an institution is working, why change? And I guess the question that I feel like is starting to come to the surface within this particular time in history is, who is it working for?
Yeah.
And then the question is, as things change on a societal level, because things change on a societal level every few generations, right? But as it changes, if those institutions don't change, will they survive this change? And so things like what you're talking about, I think, are really important. And you're right, upheaving one thing to put in something else just wouldn't work practically a lot of the time. Sometimes it needs those small, insidious kind of thoughts and projects and collaborations. But then, like I said at the time, it's like patience. What was it? It was James Baldwin said, like, we've been waiting for this long, how much longer do you need? Right. So I do get that.
To comment a little bit on that, with Northern, is what I find, because I teach different styles, for example, that you will find that, especially with this trend, the decolonization of the curriculum, I feel like in that sense, it's more achievable, like actually bringing in an Afrocentric dance style, for example, because it will come with this clear, different teaching approach, sort of like clear, different meaning to dance, actually, that, dance is beyond the aesthetics. You know what I mean? So if you have someone coming from a very informed perspective and like planting him in such sort of like a prior Eurocentric institution, you will still find that, at least there's some significant, rapping, but then you kind of like find, rather than like, for example, if the styles were known to change, for example, or bring in new styles, and then you still, are selling this decolonization of the economy, I think it will be harder because of how a certain style has been running for long. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. I think what makes sense the most is what we both said is when something is working well.
Yeah.
And I think what you said, of who is it working well for, and I think that's the key thing to look at. Things have been working in a way, but not necessarily working well for the greater majority of people. So I think, and something else that you touched on about having leaders that look a certain way, diversity is the only solution there. You've got to have different voices in the spaces, otherwise it can't be possible to make any changes. And why would anybody want to change it if it's working well for them? They don't want to disrupt that level of comfort, even though, as we know through art, it's not a disruption. When things improve, it's better for everybody, oftentimes, but people are, I don't know, scared of change, I suppose. Yeah.
Change, that word again.
Yeah.
No, I completely get that. And I think it'll be a good segue to talk about what those barriers really are. Like, we've all been in a situation, I'm sure we've experienced pushback or resistance, however we want to call it, from anything, whether it's getting funding, space, time, as the themes that we're talking about here, or, having that vision and trying to bring it into fruition. But I think one of the things that might be valuable is looking at what we've done to not exactly solve, but kind of manage those challenges. So the third element of focus on the manifesto is the finances. So if we were to think about that in particular, like what have been things that you've done? Obviously, you either started or been part of or collaborated with companies and organizations of different sizes. What do you find have been some of the challenges that you find financially, and what have you done that have helped kind of like resolve those issues over time?
If I speak as an artist, I think collaboration has been really, and exchange has really been a good tool in that sense of financial survival, and that's one. And also like looking at the the stage as a a global stage rather than limiting it to a certain nation. Because when we talk about, for example, funding, then you have to have this like call it hustle mindset of like, okay, when I collaborate with someone from Germany, maybe then I can tap into the Goethe Institute. Or when I collaborate with someone from France, okay, maybe I can tap into Alliance Française. Netherlands, I can tap into Dawn or Prince Claus. Or if I collaborate with someone in Africa, oh, these people are supporting people from global south. But also like through collaboration and exchange, I think you open up your market a little bit more, knowing that okay, maybe besides only collaborating with dancers, let me make it interdisciplinary, so that okay, maybe in the winters I'm in the theaters, but then in the summers I'm on music festivals with these musicians, So yeah, so I think collaboration and exchange is quite a key thing, I think.
How about you?
Yeah, for me, so you asked about finances, specifically.
Challenges and stuff.
Challenges. I mean, it's a constant challenge, really.
Yeah.
If I'm honest. Finance is a constant challenge, but where the successes have been is finding partners who really support the ethos of my organization. So wanting to support the development of dancers of African and Caribbean heritage. So it's about finding that synergy, that shared story. That's where I've had the greatest success, really, for people other organizations who want to do that. And for me, it's the only way I can work. I can't really work with somebody who's just trying to tick a box or pay a lip service. It's not my spirit can't do it. My energy can't do it. So I think that is where the most success has been when there's two organizations on the same page or trying to get there. So I understand that a lot of organizations, they're not there yet, but if they have that desire to move forward, then I can work with that. So finding those organizations for me has been the most successful.
And how do you find it?
It's about networking. It's about relationship building. Actually, it takes time. Like some organizations. So we've got some sponsorship now just last year, but they're organizations that we've been speaking with for 3 years.
Wow! Right.
Or doing certain projects with. First one probably 3 years ago, and then that developed. And then when they were looking to bring on board more partners, we were there.
Right.
So I think that is building relationships is the real thing, and taking time to nurture those relationships and to get to know a broad cross section of people and organizations, not just ones that you expect, maybe in the arts, maybe just other places as well. Yeah.
I would love to explore that a little bit more as well, because I think you're both kind of touching on that, the idea of building relationships over time, because one of the things I've noticed is there is that point of, because collaborations are relationships as well as I guess lateral as well as vertical relationships, and built over time.
Yeah.
Some of them might be quicker to build than others. You might be able to say, okay, we're both in the same situation. I have this and you don't. You have that and I don't. Let's put this together. We'll create a project. But then you're right, when it's working with larger companies, sometimes it takes longer to get to the forefront of their mind. It takes a few touch points before you will be the first person they think of when something comes. Like what have you both found has been a good way, or maybe specific to you as a person? Because like what I've noticed as well is someone who's like a vibrant character may have one approach to building relationships.
Yeah.
Whereas someone who's more of a like introvert, for example, might have another approach. Like specific to you as a person, what kind of works for you when it comes to building relationships? Maybe laterally with other artists, but then also vertically in terms of organizations and things like that.
I mean, for me, what's really worked is being myself.
Mm.
And I think, you know, I grew up in Australia. I'm very Australian in my outlook. I'm very, I don't know, outgoing and things. So I tend to just try and be myself as much as possible. I think that's what's worked for me. So I can talk a lot. I can say things that might be inappropriate sometimes.
Love it.
But that is me. So that's the kind of people that I get on with the best. And so I think that's probably worked the most for me personally, being myself. Obviously, I'm not like fully myself in every single space. You know, you have your work self and your social self. But in essence, I try to, spark up a genuine relationship with people.
Genuine is key.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, it's very, sort of similar to what Kauma is saying. I think I connect more with people in informal settings. So if we have like conferences or whatever, I'm like, let me wait for the after party.
Right.
Because I like those spaces where, we can be a bit more real, I think, when all the hats are off, okay, it's like, because generally I just love working with people. I sort of have an idea of knowing in a certain sense, because it goes back to values and vision, because you don't want to, bring into someone in your circle, no matter what kind of help they're giving you, but then as well, at the same time, drift you away from what you stand for, value, morally, etc. So so I love informal spaces and just have those casual conversations to get to know a bit of somebody, and then when we go into the profession, at least I know sort of who I'm dealing with.
Yeah. I love that. I think I'm the same. I think my approach is cafe shops. That's where my sweet spot.
Yeah.
I'm a one to. I think it's weird because again, you have some people who might consider themselves extroverts, some might be introverts, but I feel like there's also like this in between stage where people who flourish in other people's energy, but also flourish in their own. But I quite like the one-to-one, like exchange, similar to you. Like we'll go to the event, there'll be thousands of people, but I'm only leaving with one person. One person's contact details, right? Just because we've connected and there's alignment and things like that as well.
Definitely. And what you said about values is really important, and that's coming to the forefront for me. Like as time goes on, just my values are just so important, and you have to always resonate more with people who align with those values for sure.
So what would you say your values are? I think this is like an open question for both of you, because I know a lot of people go through the process of trying to not exactly decide, but find their own. But how do you find your value?
I think I would say already being relatively real is a value. Like if I sense, like whoever you are, I just need to know who you are first and foremost. You know what I mean? So then I know what I'm getting myself into if I agree to it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's one. Then two is, which also relates to real, is that it's easier to get caught up in the hype of like the trendy words or inclusive or diversity. But I always want to feel how that person individually connects to that word. Like when you tell me you want to decolonize, you as a person, like how can you tell me what you want to say without using that word? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I can because sometimes the hype is actually in that just specific word. But tell me in sentences what you want to do. Then I'm like, okay, I believe your vision, I believe who you are, I believe where you want us to go. So let's go. So I think those are crucial. And the others would be, no, I will stop there.
That's the one.
I don't want to speak about other bodies. I don't want to.
Yeah,
I love
be
that.
real. That's a good one. Fairness is one that is my value. I like things to appear fair, and respect for sure. I really value respect of others and respect of myself, and I really don't like it when I feel I've been disrespected or taken advantage of. especially taken advantage of when people underestimate me and my experiences. I don't really like that. So yeah, respect is a big one for me. Yeah.
Definitely, I'm taking notes on all of these as well. Like I guess for me, I realized that the thing that made me realize what my values kind of are is where I feel internal resistance.
Right.
If there's something which makes me feel not quite right, and I do my kind of like internal navigation.
Yeah.
Why do I feel strongly about this particular situation?
Yeah.
And what is the like lowest common denominator that's linking all these situations together?
Yeah.
And usually for me, my values are somewhere in between that.
Yeah.
Like culture is really big for me.
Mhm.
Value as a word is really big for me. Autonomy. But I like what you said, authenticity as well.
Yeah.
Like you said, there might be like a work version versus a creative version.
Yeah.
Genuinely, what is your, I don't know how to put it, but I really like what you said earlier about what, without using this term, what does this look like to you? Use your own words, not like the buzzwords. And I find you're right, like within that, sometimes you can see what their angle actually is, you know, what they stand for, or if they don't stand for anything. I know, right?
Yeah.
Wicked. So I wanted to go on to the next one, which is rethinking education, right? Training and supporting young practitioners.
Yeah.
So you do a lot of this, both of you, in your separate areas. But specifically when it comes to collaborating then with arts and opportunities.
Yeah.
So first of all, what have been your experiences there, like linking when it comes to the training side and connecting the people who are under your care with opportunities, like spaces for them to grow? Like, what is that relationship been like?
I think it is changing. So that's where some collaborations come in. So for example, we're doing a project now with Disney for mentoring and work experience to create those kind of spaces. But one of the challenges that is coming up is that a lot of opportunities for young people to develop these skills, to kind of shadow and things, are unpaid and they can't afford to do it. So in a past time, I don't know if we could ever have afforded to do it, but we've somehow found the way to do it, to take classes, to take workshops and things like that. And now I'm finding that the young people, I'll sometimes have an opportunity and they don't come often, you know, they still are few and far between. And I say, you know, you can do this for a week or a day. And they're like, I can't take the day off work. Like I can't afford to not have that day of work doing whatever job it is. It's usually not an artistic job. So that's one of the big challenges in that art organizations need to provide opportunities that are paid so that people can get that experience and be paid for their time to learn and to grow in that space. So I think that's a key thing, and I'm getting more and more young people just turning down things because they're like, I'm not prepared to take off the day of work, or their works are very strict, they'll lose their job, and it's not worth it for them.
Yeah, that's actually a big one, and I think that stretches in a few industries as well. Because even me in architecture, there's some areas, companies I wanted to work with, and the whole internship was unpaid. I'm like, what, 6 months not being? How who would even be able to do that?
Yeah,
but then obviously once you look into it, you realize who
of course
would be able to do that. So what about yourself?
Training wise, for me, versatility is quite a key thing. Like, so with Northern, we try to bring in a lot of other different styles in school, you know, because the way the industry is shaped now, you know, you might find that you have more opportunities like being able to do different styles. And with collaboration, sometimes you realize that a particular, you know, style or skill to achieve the authenticity, you have to collaborate with another organization. You know, right? So maybe what we're talking about, like maybe if certain structures in the institution, even if they don't change, like avail all these other co-curricular opportunities, for example. So I'm curriculum lead for co-curricular. So in those spaces where you can actually pretty much play with anything, then you push, you push because then you're not bound by a certain framework in a way. Yeah, but I would say like really, yeah, training going into like uh, expanding the perspective and making training relevant to what is happening in the industry. Yeah. Forgot something else. Rephrase your question again.
So it was the link between the people who you're training, you're
Yeah.
building up, and the opportunities.
Hmm.
What that relationship can look like.
Yeah, which connects to the core curriculum I was talking about. So here and there we get a lot of like different dance companies do auditions with first year, second year, or whatever level they are, so that they connect with the industry even before they finish. At least they get a sense of like, oh, okay, this is this is real stuff, rather than realizing, for example, after your 3 years of bachelor's of like actually this is hard work, what I mean? And when they are in those spaces where they are treated as artists, I think sometimes there's more realization of what the reality is. Because when they're in the school, we are entitled to like offer a certain, I call it, level of safety that sometimes maybe shields them from the reality. So yeah. So in that sense, opportunities of even if it's actually being offsite, because sometimes the mindset is bound by those buildings in themselves. So okay, do offsite work and explore a little bit of like interacting with a different audience, interacting with a different people, rather than like you're training there, you're performing there, and you're in this bubble. But
Yeah, definitely. They have to get out of that bubble. For
Yeah.
Sure. And I think other things that can support them, whether the organizations can facilitate these, but that level of professional practice, I think, is something that is really missing or needs further support rather. So they have the training, they can do the actual technique, but the professional practice, the getting there early, the wearing whatever is being asked of them, to being prepared, those actual professional practice elements, there is an element there that really needs support and development.
Yeah.
I think that will carry them further.
100%. I hear we have some questions for the Q&A. Are they going to be shown on the screen? I guess while we get it up, there's one. Oh, okay, right. Really inspired and inspiring to see a discussion that is rooted in panels, authentic truth, so very relevant, so very much needed. And yes, let's hold those organizations to account. Come on. Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, accountability, very important. Yes, Stanley. Amazing. I wanted to ask you a question actually, because while we're here, as we will have a look to see if there are any more questions and comments in a second, but a lot of the conversation we've had so far is that going back to our core values of value, right? So a lot of the time we look at the value that we, or as a young person, for example, might get from an organization. But I really wanted to give space for the value that organizations can get working with young people. Because I think that, for me, especially in some of the work I do, is kind of teaching or coaching young people to know what their value is to an organization. So when they go, they're not going, please, sir. It's more like, okay, you are this organization, these are the things you're targeting, this is how I can come in to help you. What are your thoughts around that angle of things?
I think firstly, like we quite verbally articulated that, for example, if you come in Northern, like we can do one part, but you can also you also need to do a particular part. Like we frame it in a way that you're not coming as empty heads that we're gonna fill. You know what I mean? So these are the opportunities. These are the professionals you're working with. We're bringing guests here and there. So you literally sort of like have whatever you need. So there has to be also a drive from your end to actually maximize these opportunities. You know what I mean? So I think to some extent it's as important to articulate that over and over again as possible, because I believe it could easily fall into customer You know,
Yeah.
that relationship whereby, you know, I paid for this, so you have to give me this and this and this and this, you know, which is fair enough in a certain sense, but like at the same time, there's reasons why some people will thrive and then some will not. So putting it plain there that actually, if you put in the work, the opportunities are here, and where they are well, you know, layered out. So there has to be a little bit of like, you know, effort or force or whatever coming from your ends. Yeah, and for me, it's normally when I'm in those conversations, I sort of like relate it to other situations where some people don't have those privileges, because I think sometimes it's very easy, you know, to forget that there is some people who are like really yearning for those opportunities for you. So when you're in that space, I think it's on an individual level, it's quite important for you to be like, you know what, actually, yes, I pay for it. Yes, I'm entitled to this, but let me put in the work and get the most out of it.
You mentioned the word privilege, and I think that comes into it when young people knowing their value. It's actually comes from a privileged place to be able to step forward and say, I'm worth this, and to be able to articulate that, to have the voice to do that. So that is something I guess we need to consider. I haven't even thought about that fully myself, but you know, helping young people understand that they do have that voice, because for them to step forward, I think that also comes, I do think that comes from a lot of privilege.
Yeah.
Having had the opportunity and the space supported, and I don't mean it in a bad way, but they've had that space to develop that voice. And that's the point, and not everybody has.
They really don't. It's interesting because I've recently become a coach, so I work with a lot of young artists, and that's one thing that I'm realizing, that haven't been that support, you know. But then something happens when you do find someone who gets that support. There's a little light bulb in some deep dark room back here, and sometimes it takes a few of those iterations, those conversations, for them to be like, oh, actually, they came to me for this opportunity.
Right. Yeah.
I'm actually in this room because they're looking for what I've got. And sometimes it takes that mentality shift to realize their value within that role.
Yeah, definitely.
As well. There's one last thing, and I guess that is, there's one element of things that we haven't really touched on, and I think Italia earlier on in the previous section, she's the master of this. But it's like the self-care, the self-management, the self-empowerment side of things. Like, what would you say to let's say artists in general? Because I feel like I was about to say young people, but I don't feel like it necessarily disappears as an issue with the older generations either. But what have you found have been issues around the self-care and the self-worth, like we were talking about with artists?
Yeah, I mean, there's just this image that we're poor starving artists, and that's how it's got to be, and we do it for the love of it. So I think the branding could do with
I mean, we can definitely do with a re-up.
We need a bit of a rebrand. So even like recently, I had to pitch for an award to win a grant, and which I did win actually.
Congratulations! Come on.
Thank you. But in the pitch, the person who I was pitching to, he said, have you ever considered, because we're a not-for-profit organization, also have been looking into whether we change to a charity, and he said, have you just considered being for-profit? And I was like, what?
Interesting.
Make money for profit. And so I think it's that mindset which plays into the self-care. It's just, it hasn't been something that we've been taught to think about, that we have time for. We don't have time for that. We don't have money for that. So for me, it has been something I've had to learn, and that I've really had to put time aside for, to do, and be really disciplined with it. So even over the lockdown period, I started getting a regular counsellor. So for the self-care and investing in myself for that. So for me, that was the it, and make sure I find the funds to pay for that every week. So it's about that discipline. It's about just because we can always say we can't afford it or we always need a bit more, but you have to just be a bit disciplined and put the money aside or the time aside or book the holiday time in advance, which I never used to do, which now I do. Put it in the diary. Discipline.
There is a question that I wonder whether you mean Antonio or Andrea.
Oh, we'll come to that as soon as you answer. Yeah.
For me that is like a very important question, because for me I got into dance like literally as a place of refuge. You know what I mean? So yeah, we had a community center where we could all come together and share ideas and peer to peer and the thing blew that we got hundreds of young people from disadvantaged places, etc. But that's a whole conversation for another time. But for me, it's always important for me not to forget the fundamental reason why I got into it. Because sometimes it's very easy to to get in the pattern of look for money, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute. As long as it doesn't give me that sort of joy or that sense of fulfillment, then I need to question that part. You know what I mean? Then I also always think about the analogy of when you're in the plane, they say, first put on your seatbelt before you help the miner. So I'm it's important to really care about yourself as well. So so one of them is really, I need so much to balance between my academic work and my artist work, because sometimes I could be in a certain rhythm of teach. Then I'm like, oh, you know what? You're an artist. You'll have to connect with the community. You'll have to do this and that. So finding opportunities to really be an artist is quite important for me to achieve that balance.
Yeah, and I guess one little thing that I would love to add to this, my mom has this saying, right? Who's there to help the helper?
Right.
And since we're talking about, we mentioned leadership as one of the first areas of focus in the manifesto. As leaders, what about you individually? Because I feel like a lot of the conversation is around artists in general, the people who are being supported. But what about those who are in positions to support people? How do you take care of yourselves?
And also what I find, even though you have to be as well very careful with it, how you approach it, that it helps if to some extent the students realize that you're also human, because when you frame it in a way that I'm know-it-all, I'm ever, and then you put yourself in a state where you always have to be happier.
Right.
But I think getting those opportunities in your teaching style or the choreographic style, that they get to know a little bit more about you as well as a human, I think it helps, so that if you're having those low days, you don't have to struggle so much to prove that you're up here. So I believe that's also quite important. And I think even for them it's important to see that in some cases, to be you know what, that means I also have credible information to contribute, because this person is in the role of a lecturer, but that doesn't mean he's the only one inputting all the knowledge in this space. So some level of managed vulnerability, I think for me helps.
I'm taking notes. Manage vulnerability.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that.
See, authentic.
I think asking for help, definitely. Using mentors, having mentors or people that you trust in a professional level that you can speak to. I think that's quite helpful. That's personally what I do, especially when I've had challenges. I call on people who I can just have a chat with. About things.
So important.
Very important. It's a circle of people, circle of friends that you can really have a chat to. And then also another kind of technique is having certain people who in your circle who will remind you of how you may also be privileged to be in a certain space, but then also have people on the other side who will let you know, okay, this is not enough, work a little bit harder. Right. So for me, that's where I get the balance. So sometimes I'm here morning, the weather. Then I call my guys and you kind of come on. What are you doing? What the heck are you talking about? Our pockets are burning. Oops, wait a minute, go to work. So the balance in that is also quite important. Achieving some level of gratitude here and there. and appreciating the small wins, like, fighting for this, equality and diversity here and there, but we still also need to appreciate some small wins of like, oh, okay, oh, we have a black CEO, oh, we have, oh, okay,
Yeah.
then bounce off that too.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm definitely adding those to my list. Like mine is quite simple. It's just got 3 pillars. It's self-care, self-love, and self-esteem. I think those 3 together tend to feed into each other for me.
Yeah.
So like self-care is what I do, right? So I have Andre days. Right. Listen,
I wonder which days those are.
Andre days, you can't touch Andre days. Those go in my diary before anything else. It's just me in a onesie and like Disney Plus or something. And then there's the self-esteem, which is kind of like where I learn about my culture and the value and stuff. So I build myself up in terms of who I am. And then there's the what I say, self-love. Oh yeah, self-love is actually what do I believe about myself.
Right.
Those ones being the 3 I've really had to work on, even as a coach. You know what I mean? I coach myself through those things. Therapy helps. You mentioned counseling. All of that works through together. There was a question in here which I would love us all to actually answer, right? Because the question is, what's your main dance style influence, right? So not necessarily. Maybe we can answer it in 2 ways. One is, what's your favorite dance style, and what's your dance influence, as 2 separate things. Yeah.
My favorite depends on who is asking, where I am. But anyway, I do hip hop, Afrofusion, house, dancehall, a bit of contemporary because I was in a contemporary dance company, but not like the codified techniques. And I would say for me, the favorite is achieving the mix of them. That I move without you differentiating which style I'm moving. So normally when I'm performing, that's the direction I want to achieve. That's seamlessness of like all those different dance influences. But I have to say since a couple of years ago, we're very keen on like showing the traces of our traditional, cultures, because in so many ways, like before we started traveling with my dance company, Tabo Flow, like we always idolize, like being like the hip hop, American style. It is then we travel to some spaces, we're like, oh, wait a minute. For some reason, even though we're black or whatever, like there's a little bit of like disconnect within this space. Like there's something we have that these spaces don't have. That we should really embrace so highly. So we went back home. That's why we started that. Battle is traditional meets urban, like getting traditional dancers from deep in the village, like to really give us the raw stuff, and then have workshops and sessions of mixing those 2 different influences to achieve hopefully another sense of like a certain sense of seamlessness. So yeah, I'm a fan of like combining stuff. I know there's a negative connotation around the word fusion sometimes, but I have to say, I think there needs to be a little bit more intercultural crossovers if we really want to achieve this get together here and there.
Well, my style of choice to dance is jazz. I love a step kick part of the rain. Yeah, that's definitely me through and through. And then my influence style-wise, anyone who knows me, definitely the Albany American dance. And I think that's just personally for how it resonated for me in my life, and when I first learned about the company, it was quite impactful at the time. So to see, a predominantly black company dancing how they dance in that kind of modern style is something I personally enjoy. So that's quite an influence for me.
Wow, I think, we have another one. Oh, amazing. So we have, how do you see the next generation developing black dance practice? Have you seen a change more recently with new styles being created or merged together to reach different audiences? So maybe we can hit them as 2 sections. How do you see the next generation developing black dance practice? We'll start there.
I would say for that, I think, first of all, understanding that our styles, I'll give an example of Afrofusion, they don't only belong in music videos and backing up artists. Like they are techniques that, have it, richness and the depth, and they deserve to be in higher education. So for me, that's a part of my role in Northern, is like to really teach those styles in a sense that they are credible to be in those formal learning spaces. Because as long as they stay in like, okay, this is just communal, it's just for fun, you know what I mean? And also in the institutions, like really present them of like their technical classes. It's not like you had a very technical contemporary class, now let you go have fun in Afro, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not just a fun thing. I think because we need to get in those doors, because progression sometimes is through those doors to the professional dance scene. So yeah, I think that's my response on that question of like, getting into those spaces and show that our styles and dance practices are also legit enough to be seen as like high level technique.
Of course, yeah, because there's often the word used of technical dancer, but no, all dance styles have a technique. You just haven't learned it. So, but for me, that word, developing Black dance practice, for me, it's a lot more broad, and I don't know whether it's because also I didn't grow up in the UK, because I know some people have a different understanding of what is Black dance, but for me, just being of Black heritage, you create Black dance. So that's my thoughts, and that your story, whatever you want to tell, is enough, and that it doesn't have to be about a struggle or about your Caribbean heritage or about growing up somewhere. Like, it doesn't have to be linked to something that is specifically identified as of Black heritage to be Black dance. So my hope would be that people have the freedom to tell whatever story they want to tell without it being acceptable, and that they get that support just like any other artist does as well. It doesn't have to be about something.
Amazing. I think there was like this writer who talked about a new style of writing called bubblegum something or other, and the whole idea was around that, like when it comes to Black topics, it's always attached to trauma, and the idea of we can actually just do it about spaceships and and random stuff, which is just experiencing just imagination. So I really love that. We've come to 4 o'clock and we have our next guest, right? So I really just want to thank you both for having this conversation. It's been dope. Like, I really learned a lot from chatting to you both. But thank you so much. Next up, we are going to have for sure. Next up on the spot,
thanks for having us.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Pleasure. And thank them as they go. The next one up, we have health and well-being session with Dr. Rebecca, and she's on her way now. And just so you know, on the rest of the platform, there are other things you can do. So we actually have like a speed networking break as well. So while you can either join us here, which I encourage you to do, and you can also go to the audience button and you can see who's in the chats. You can communicate with them, and it'll give you like a few seconds or a couple of minutes before it shifts you on to the next person. Are you ready, Doctor?
As ready as I'll ever be, as they say.
Amazing.
Hi there.
Hi.
Where would you like me?
Anywhere you like.
Am I really close to you? Sorry.
No, this is good. Yeah, listen, I'm cool.
I want to respect your bodies, your boundaries. Yes.
Oh, no, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Lovely. And so lovely to be here with you all today at the Blackies National Annual Black Dance Forum. I'm very excited, as you can tell.
I'm ready. I've got the excitement.
I'm so excited, and it's been so wonderful just hearing all of the speakers and whatnot. Now, I am a bit of a filler in a sense, so please feel free to kind of rest your ears and relax your bodies. I am keen to just give a bit of an insight in way of why it's so important for us to cherish our well-being. And I think that's something that in and amongst the excellence and the striving for perfection, sometimes we can actually leave the humanness behind, which is what absolutely makes the dance and the artistry, in my humble view.
Absolutely.
It's often said that the human body, and I quote Anon, the human body is the greatest instrument that we will ever own.
Ooh, I like that.
I can't take the credit.
Yeah, it definitely resonates. I like that.
And yet, I think, actually, do we value ourselves in that kind of way? Not maybe every second of every day, but ever. Do we allow ourselves to give ourselves that value, or does it get given elsewhere?
100%. Yeah. I think for me, it's one of those things where I'm learning that. I'm on that journey. I realize it's one of those, they talk about being able to give it versus give it to yourself. I think those being two completely separate things a lot of the time. And so like the first step on my journey, it was just like, how do I show it to other people? Like if I really care about someone, how do I treat them? And then start thinking about how I can do that with myself. Yeah.
So it's very profound. It was just resonating with me.
Yeah.
I like that. It's true. We often encourage, and I myself, so forgive me, I didn't really give my introduction. I'm a medical doctor in neuropsychiatry. I'm very proud to be a trustee of the Blackie, and I'm also an artistic practitioner and have used for many years and will continue to till my dying day, by God's grace, to use art as a healing tool and as powerful. And that also brings the question in for me, when we kind of think of this phrase about how the human body is the greatest instrument, well, actually, are we allowed to have our spirit and our human essence incorporated within that, or are we just talking about kind of mechanical limbs?
Right. Yeah. And I think it's like, in terms of that, for me, the answer is in, like you said, spirit, like spirituality. Like when I go back to Sierra Leone, it's everywhere, and you're not just limbs. You are an encyclopedia. You are a history. You know, you are connected. One of the things I love about, I've got a friend of mine who's Ghanaian, and
ditto.
Right. Okay. All right. Welcome, Ghana. I'll tell you, Kauma. So he was putting out his name, and from beginning to end, you can basically have his entire story. Like it's who, what kind of vocation the family had, what day of the week he was born, whereabouts in Ghana he was born. Like everything was encompassed in this name that he just carries with him. Like, you know, so if he says his full name to someone, they'll be like, okay, I know who you are. And so it's like carried in this, like you're not just a physical, but you're a story as well. So
that's so powerful. And it's interesting because I often feel that we, in a bit of an invisible way, carry our stories in our body.
Yeah.
In that kind of way that we know the adages, you know, got the weight of the world on our shoulders, or we've got the knots in our stomachs. And help me out because I can't think of any more.
Now the weight on the shoulders was enough for me, you know. Like that.
We feel it, don't we?
Yeah,
we feel it. And just to give you a little teaser towards the end of this, and let me know when my time's up because I've gone for about beauty and dance. Cool. I have a little somatic exercise that I think will be really helpful. In terms of our bodies and the stories that we hold, there is something so healing and powerful about us being able to take the feelings that get kind of buried alive and just emancipate them. Something that really struck me actually, and I'm not one for numbers, was this statistic that I came across a while back from Dance UK, and I hadn't realised that 80% of practitioners, of dancers will report physical health conditions within significant physical health conditions within 1 year.
Oh wow.
And 92% will report mental health conditions.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And that begs the question, what is there in terms of, for our dance? Of course, at Blackie, it's a really beautiful and collaborative space whereby holistic care is absolutely the focus.
Yeah.
There are wonderful incentives by like the NHS, but unfortunately, not everyone knows about them or has the access. Like the National Institute of Dance and Medicinal Sciences, whereby one would get an NHS referral to be sent, and there's a special injury clinic that you can go to as a dancer.
Right. Okay.
Until I spoke with peers, and it was like, why don't I know that? So it's about us as a human race, as people, and as people from Black and ethnic minority and global majority, however we call it, backgrounds actually recognizing, and I almost feel uncomfortable to say, but it's so true, the health outcomes are worse. Individuals from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds do struggle comparatively to get referrals for mental health services. So I say all of this to say it's about us advocating for ourselves, and it's about us coming together and celebrating dance as an art form, and also celebrating the fact that we with real human spirit are behind it and making it, and not to kind of take that for granted or abuse it.
Definitely not take that for granted. And I think one of the words that came up in the last conversation was gratitude as well, and having gratitude for this as well as everything else, like what it comes with, because it can be easily distracted with things that happen in the day-to-day to you know, kind of miss out on what you actually do have.
We habituate, don't we?
We do. So much habituation.
It's
so
just
much.
rife.
It's everywhere. Yeah.
I think like the other day, I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I'm sitting in skin. And with proprioception, and we just don't kind of hold it. And that's something that dance really helps me with. We just, like you say, go through the day, we're on autopilot. And actually for us to be like, oh my gosh, I'm in my body.
Right.
Yeah. Which brings me pretty pleased. Do you mind if I share a bit of a practice?
I'm ready.
Okay, amazing. How do I, maybe if I sit, I will straddle myself in between the chairs.
Cool.
If that's not.
Sure.
Oh my gosh, now I'm getting stuck. Don't worry, it's all part of the beauty of, yes, okay.
Love it.
We can shake it out, please.
Yeah.
I encourage everyone to do this, yeah? And don't be shy. It's very much your body to own and to experience, yeah? Now, what I want to do is start off by just tapping. So simple, nothing more, nothing less. And we will be tapping on certain areas that have lots and lots of nerve endings. And if you could please follow my lead. It's like a really odd game of Simon Says. But trust in the process and the simplicity of that. In some traditions, these are referred to as meridian centers. Taking really deep breaths, in and out. You are doing amazingly, all of you. And now, we will accompany it with some words. Feel free to join in, but also feel free to remain silent if the words don't resonate with you. I am thankful.
I am thankful.
For this body.
For this body.
How this body is.
How this body is
perfect in this time and place.
Is perfect in this time and place.
I am grateful.
I am grateful.
And carrying deep breathing and doing one play for this body.
For this body.
And even when it feels frightening, I will dance to my own rhythm.
I'll dance to my own rhythm.
Deep breaths, amazing. And to my own rhythm, I will dance.
I will dance.
Deep breaths and just let that go as you feel able. Oh, sorry, I tapped you.
Sorry.
That was my little gift
Oh,
to you, and
thank
I'm
you.
so indebted because this has been such enriching and beautiful conversation.
Oh, I loved it. I
So I
loved
wanted
it.
to impart just a little something.
Thank you. I like a little somatic gift. It's interesting. Like when you said there was, I can't remember how you worded it. I'm in my skin. I'm sitting in skin. Something along those lines. Just kind of reminded me of that adage that we often say that we're not humans having a spiritual journey with spirit. having a human gen,
Mm.
and just having that idea of consciousness being part of who I am, and this just being the packaging. You know, and it goes back to what we were talking about, I think, in one of the earlier sessions, is when you introduce yourself, like, who are you? And we often respond with what we do as opposed to who we are. And I remember being in, I think it was in Senegal, and we did this exercise as part of Alessandra Sutton's École de Sable course, right?
Can you please say that again for me? It was just flowing and
École de Sable.
École de Sable. What does it mean,
Yeah,
please?
School of Sand. Yeah, and it was just a wicked 2 weeks, and there was an exercise where we had to introduce ourselves for like 5 minutes, just talk for 5 minutes, right? And then you finish, you get to the end, you're exhausted, right? It's like, what else could there be?
Yeah.
And then she's like, okay, now do it again. You're not allowed to say anything that you said before. So then you get past the thing, because usually people will say, I work at this place. I do
Oh,
this
don't they
thing.
just? I own a house.
I own a house, I've got
do.
this.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was amazing. So once you get down to the core of who you are, yeah. So that's my gift.
Was that scary? I imagine not to project. I'm definitely projecting.
Yeah.
But how was that for you after 5 minutes? That kind of got through that, and then hold on, you're asking me for more.
Yeah.
How was that for you?
It was scary, but also liberating, because then you start to get into like your inner child. Like, what do you like to do? What brings you joy? Like, what is your first thought in the morning? Like those kind of things is where you get down to once you strip away everything else, and then you realize, oh, actually, these things are accessible to me.
Yes.
All the time.
Yes.
And it gets clouded by the answers to the first question.
So
yeah, I love that as well. Bringing all that back into the present day by also putting that in these things, you know. So
Marina Ring.
Exactly.
Just also just touch on the inner child part, and then you can push me away and continue, because like I say, I'll be here for ages. It's just such an important aspect to human condition, wellness, dance, art, identity. People often ask me, you know, what are the practices that you do, neuropsychiatrist or doctor or one? And I feel like a fraud, because actually, of course, I can give my empirical advice, and yet the things that I do on a bad day, if I'm feeling a bit rough, I will put on music and I will just dance.
Yeah.
So there is a healing power, and it's to be celebrated. So I'm really glad that we're here today.
100%. I think we as like historically do that as well. There's a lot of practices back in the continent which start with just vibration, right?
Yes.
And we vibrate by doing little jumps.
Yeah.
Just feeling that
energy.
shake in your body, and like dance is just a bigger form of that a lot of the time. So yeah, thank you. I've taken away a lot from this conversation. I'm loving it.
Oh, you've given so much though as well. So
Thank you
ever so much, and thank you to all. Okay.
Awesome. Well, next we're going to have another video, which is going to be amazing as well. I'm looking forward to this one. This is High Times and Dirty Monsters by 20 Stories, right? It's an audio flyer for a hip hop gig theater on being young and disabled. It's currently on tour 2023 and 2024. So definitely check that out.
Oh, sorry. I'm Jaden. I'm deaf. Are you deaf? Disabled? Neurodivergent? Have you ever heard of your story on stage? No? Well, that's about to change, because I will be performing with other amazing actors in this brand new hip-hop show called High Times and Dirty Monsters. It will have our own stories that are fun. Some are sad and moving, and some are just so surprising. Just whoa. It will be including beatboxing with the heavy beats you feel on the ground, with the amazing storytelling from the actors, and great visuals from the dancers. Thinking about access for this show? Don't worry, we got that covered, because this show will have integrated BSL, audio description, and creative captioning. High Times and Dirty Monsters is a co-production between 20 Stories High, Grey Eye Theatre, Liverpool Everyman and Playhouse, and Leeds 2023. Where can you find us? In Liverpool, Newcastle, Leeds, Derby, and in London. For more information, visit 20storieshigh.org.uk. Book now. Can't wait to see you all. Come.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Louise Cattarega. I am Head of Professional Development at People Dancing, based in Leicester, and also a freelance artist in my own right. And it's my absolute joy to be chairing this panel on touring in the UK and beyond. And so my guests are Alison Ray, of whom I'm a Facebook fan, and so it's really lovely for us to meet.
Thank you.
We have Sav Manungu, from Congo via Canada, via Montreal, and we have Amira Conrad from this fair city and 20 Stories High. And so I was going to begin by asking each of you to introduce the show that you're touring at the moment, and we will be seeing the film obviously later. So we'll go right to left, but we'll do different people going first, shall we?
Hi, thank you all for having me. It's really, really great to be with this wonderful panel. So my name is Alison Ray, and at the moment I'm touring or working on developing a tour for The Unknown Soldier. It's an interdisciplinary dance production that's based on the Black British War veterans from World War I and World War II.
Yes, well, I'm in England for the tour of the movie called Mabubu, which is me being in the world, and it's a docu-film sort of about what I've been doing all these past years.
And we go to see that just after this?
Yes.
Okay, so no spoilers. And Amira?
Hi everyone, I'm Amira Conrad. I'm the Associate Director for 20 Stories High, which is a company based here in Liverpool, and we're about to open the national tour of our show, High Times and Dirty Monsters. We're opening here in Liverpool on Monday night, which is exciting. And then we go around the country to a couple of different stops, including London, Derby. So yeah, it's very exciting.
So one of the things that we're going to be talking about is, it's kind of like, you've all made shows, but like why, it's almost like why tour them? Why do people all over the place need to see your shows? Are there gaps that you see in the industry that made you want to get it out and go on tour? Because it's quite an effort. We've been talking in the other room about what an effort it is to go on tour. So yeah, maybe we start. Let's go this way in time. Why get it out there?
Yeah, I think there's this intensity whenever you're an artist, no matter what kind of art you make. You make something because you want to say something. You've got something to say. It's burning inside you. You must get it out. And the big thing for 20 Stories High is all of our work is centered around young people. People we work with, we consider young people aged 13 to 30. There are some of us maybe young at heart still. So we always look at the young people that we engage with in the city and go, what are they talking about? What are they interested in? What are the challenges that they're facing? What are the things that they are celebrating in the world? And how can we put that on our stages nationally? So this particular show is around the joys and the struggles of being young and disabled. And And so, yeah, there's not enough representation in that sense on our stages, on our screens, in our books for young disabled people.
And particularly not disabled people of colour.
Exactly, yeah. And it's a massive part of the story is looking at it with an intersectional lens, being disabled and global majority, being disabled and working class, being disabled and a woman or queer or all these different intersections of identities.
And did the young people you were working with creating the show, did they eat that up? Did they?
Oh, absolutely.
Did they think it was worth touring as well?
Oh, absolutely. And we make all of our work, we engage with the young people. So we have workshops with the young people whose stories we represent or whose stories we interact with. We're in constant conversation.
Yeah, they shape the piece.
Exactly. It's never us saying, well, here's what we think you're interested in. It's always them saying to us, here's what's going on in our lives. Can we put this on stage in some other way?
Right, so you're filling a gap that you know is out there from those with lived experience. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, Sad, what are you putting out there for us all to see?
I'm listening to you talking about filling up the gap. Makes me smile because taking the metro in London, I keep hearing mind the gap. Yeah. So I say I want to go back to Montreal and mind the gaps. So yes, we're filling that gap. But in my case, it's like a huge one, emerging from the post-colonial times in which I was brought in Africa. And I was made very much aware of that, because my father was very much in politics. And so for me, transforming the world is like a second nature, not the first one. And dance, of course, came into as a way of transforming the world, the way you perceive it. And this tour is about a movie, sort of. I see it as a movie. It's a docu-film. It's 48 minutes, done by Felix Porter and Marlene Miller. And they came with us, so we organized the tour with dance. At what? 4 dancers, 2 drummers. The 4 dancers are part of the program I had in Montreal, that I created in Montreal to train dancers. So we had a performance. We had the film first, being good, training. Then Q&A, then performance, then masterclass, then dance circle. So all of that organized around the docu-film, which makes it, of course, a very peculiar and particular way of showing dance. And it goes with the way I understand what dance is about. I created before COVID, something called a symposium that was called the Not Just Dance Symposium. It was my way of pointing out the fact that dance in itself is an event. It's not just a dance. It's not the nice dance you put on stage with nice lighting and all of that, and people come pay ticket and they watch dance. It's understanding dance in its full presentation with life and the collective. Basically, it's not the stage that makes the dance, it's the dance that makes the stage.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
And that's what I've been basically working on. And of course, part of it has to do with the way you train dancers, of course. And for me, training the dancers is teaching them how to be in space.
In real life.
In real life, at the moment they are living their life, they are in space and in rhythm. So this is why I work with drums. So all of this is part of what we've been sort of showing and at the same time advocating with the tour. And you have to know that I haven't seen the film. I haven't seen it, and I will not. So I'm just listening to the people, what their reaction, what they're telling me about, which is very interesting because I have this distance, which is part of being in rhythm, by the way, and it allows me to see the effect it has on people and what it means. Yes.
That's beautiful. I've heard 2 layers there. There's you're touring because it's live, and that live experience is so important for the dancers in training, for you as a maker, and for us as an audience witnessing it. And there's something that we can't get except live, so we have to go to a room. But also this layer where that has been documented as well, and like you say, this distance with which you listen to that experience.
Exactly.
It must be interesting comparing the live experience with the film experience to see if that comes across, and have people said that it has resonated as deeply?
And that's also very interesting in terms of archiving, because this is what we're coming into that, right now, people talk a lot about archives. There seems to be this specific time where maybe the planet feels that the human, feel they're disappearing, they're destroying the planet so much, so they're thinking of what can we live out. I don't know, archiving seems to be the discussion everywhere, including here, from what I've heard. And it's interesting because it's living archive. The body is a living archive.
Yeah.
So when you see the film, at the same time, with real dancers who are dancing either before or after the film, the people suddenly see filming and storytelling also differently,
Beautiful, it transforms film
Exactly.
and brings home how the dance alive in the moment. It will be captured, but captured forever as well.
Yes.
In some of the work that I do of people dancing is about finding writings and stories and signposting global majority heritage people at our history in dance. The internet is great, kind of at least we have some now. When I'm in my 50s, when I was growing up, there was nothing. But to lay that trail behind is something that I've found so important in the work that I do now, to encourage the young ones. So another layer as well, wonderful.
And I should also add that yesterday we were invited in the movie, presenting the movie, but before we presented it, my son, who's one of the drummers, did a piece on the drum. So imagine being in the cinema, listening to a drum piece, and then seeing the docu-film. It was great.
So touring to bring African diasporic cultures into spaces you might not expect to see them as a British person, for example. Many reasons for touring. Speaking of the past and archives, I think that brings us nicely onto Alison's work and why where the Unknown Soldier came from, because it came from an MA.
No, the Unknown Soldier has been a project, or it has lived within my body, as Zav might say, as we were speaking earlier, lived within my heritage, because as a child, my sister and I, we were sent to Barbados when we were little. And when we were in Barbados, the Prime Minister of Barbados at the time, Errol Barrow, he was an ex-RAF officer. And so when we returned to the UK and you'd see, remembrance ceremonies on television, there were no black people on television. You didn't see any servicemen. So as I developed my career training as a dancer, I trained at Trinity Labour, worked in France and so on, and in the UK with various choreographers, I reached the age of 50 and I said, it's now or never, do or die. I'm going to create this work. So I created the first iteration of The Unknown Soldier in 2019, which was about, I performed it at a festival that my sister created. And then I performed it at Afro Dance Explosion. And then from there, I was able to apply for funding. And we were scheduled to perform at the Black Cultural Archives. COVID happened. So it was paused. And so I worked more online. And then after that, I connected with various theatres like Camden People's Theatre. So we performed it there. And then after that, I got the opportunity to perform at Taki Morris. We just finished performing in April at the Bernie Grant. And we had a final performance at Army at the Fringe. And they really appreciated the work. It's the first time we got a standing ovation. Also, some of the things like what you were saying, reason why it's important to tour, so people know about these stories, so that people can say their names, when they're having those conversations, they will say, Ulrich Cross was in World War II, he was an RAF officer. Oh, Lillian Bader, Odessa Gittins, she was in the WAF, the ATS in World War II, and then she went to help for the independence in Barbados. And also, I think people finding out about these stories, it enables us to connect and develop those relationships with one another. The feedback that we've got from the show, they're saying like, Alison, you got to tour it, make it bigger, push it, So people are saying that, but on hindsight, so when I was listening to Zav and Amira, I'm sort of on a different area to them because they're touring their show. I am working behind the scenes, connecting and touring. So that's where I am at the moment. So I'm hoping to tour it. I'm working with theatres to tour it for 2024 and 2025 and beyond, nationally and internationally.
That brings us really beautifully onto, like, from moving away from the work to the practicalities of touring. I'm really interested to hear from the three of you. What are the challenging parts of touring the work? And let's face it, you know, the racist parts, the systemically racist parts that you're coming up against. And what are the joyous bits, the welcoming parts of it? So the two sides of the coin, what's easy, what's challenging for each of you?
I just want to say one thing. I'm going to say at my level, because where I am developing those connections. And what's interesting, because you said what's the pleasurable part, what's interesting is you can send an email out with your brochure and you can call. But when you go to the theatre or the venue and then you meet the team in person, that is wonderful, because they're like, oh, I can put a face to that brochure, and you can develop those conversations. Because sometimes when you're in your space sending these emails out, you don't know how they're going to receive your work. You can speak to them on the phone, but when you do go out and meet them, that's what I've been doing. I've been going around different venues, turning up and having those conversations. I don't know how I'm going to be received, but I said, you know, it's now or never. You've got to go out and have those conversations, really.
So do you feel it's a little bit more fraught for us as Black artists, just making that cold contact? Like, so you don't know the person's attitude. Is it important to know that, and important to have that connection and make a human connection?
I just want to say, I cannot say as a Black artist, I can't, because I don't know really how it is for everybody. I can say, I can only say it from my own experience, from where I am, because people can say there are other barriers. My age, you know, I'm over 50.
Sections.
I work full time. There's so many different, I know I've had friends who say, Alison, you must go to this event and that event and this event and that one. And I'm like,
but how will I afford to be time?
I can't do that, you know, I can't be everywhere. I'm not an octopus. I can only do what I can with God's grace, put it in prayer, and if I make it that place and we have that conversation, then that's brilliant. That's where I'm coming from at the moment.
The fact you have to work at all, though, and we were talking the other bit about being systemic. I'd really love you to tell us about the French system.
The French system.
Imagine if we had this here.
Yeah, the French system. I did a presentation on this for Regenerations actually a couple of years ago. But the French system is very, very different. When you work as a professional artist in France, you're supposed to have, I think it's 500 contracts or 500 hours. Once you've hit the 500 hours target, and let's say you're not working for a year, you are paid a monthly figure, which is 75% of what you have earned when you were performing or hired as an artist. That is ideal because it allows you as an artist not to be stressed, allows you to reflect, allows you to grow and connect with different organizations. Also, it's a system that allows you to leverage up, which means you can go, let's say as a dancer, you say, I want to go and work with Amira's company. Amira, she wouldn't have to worry about the funds. You're paid to go. Right. Or let's say I want to go to Canada and work with Zab. I could apply to, I think it's LAFDAF, I can't remember which one it was, and they will pay for you to go. So that's why you see a lot of French artists as well in Senegal. I think you know that Zab as well. I think, you know, so it's a very, very different system, different way of working. Even with Brexit now, they're trying to reduce it, but as the French artists will go, we're going to fight to the end.
Yeah, we're going to maintain it. That offers artists a freedom to develop the work.
It is.
Whereas in the situation in the UK, you're having to do it piecemeal and around and thing. And as a 50-something woman myself, you know, we get kind of tired. You know, kind of it's kind of tiring. You know, at our age.
It can.
But I bet you put those 500 hours in.
Yeah, it can be exhausting, but also it's rewarding as well. When you do, you know, step out of your comfort zone, it's really actually stepping out of that mindset and actually taking that step out and going, no matter what the situation is in the UK, taking that step out, going out, having those conversations when you can.
Yeah.
When you can.
And of course, if we were in a country other than the UK, we'd be stepping into our power as elders of the tribe. So I think, we should. So Zab, what are the joys and challenges for you?
The joys and challenges. It's always around the dance, first of all. Yeah. And about touring, I'm listening to what you were just saying. Of course, yeah, we're touring, but we still have to constantly develop. And that's why I came with Leo, who's our development resource person. That's what she does. I don't see it as being an agent who finds contracts. Whatever, even looking for contract for me is a development. It's seen as a way to develop the art form itself, the works that I present, for example. And when we look at the movie that is the docu-film that is being shown, I mean, we're talking about, as Philip said, 10 to 8 years of work for that docu-film. And before that, it's 30 years of being in contact with the filmmaker, who's not only because he was a dance critic, he was writing about dance, he was also a dancer himself at the beginning, so always around the dance, and then he moved on to filmmaking. So we have a relationship that goes over a long time, you see, and a constant one, looking at the problem, constantly addressing the issues, because I'm a dance activist, I do a lot of things, and I find those people, I meet them in different contexts all the time, and they get to know me and see sort of my perseverance and not losing the subject, And so this is what we're talking about. So showing this film right now in London means that we brought together a whole project that's taken many years to give shape to it, And now the fact that we're doing it, that is also another project in itself. You see? So that's how you have to see it. Not the finished product. Because I sort of fight against the idea of finished product, which is very capitalistic, in its way. And that's why people, they try to turn us into that product. And you have to fight that. And see that you're constantly developing an artistic project that's on the move. Because we're dancers, I'm a dancer. And that's how I see it. When people ask me, are you a philosopher first? Are you a professor? Are you a composer? You always say I'm a dancer. Even when I teach a class in philosophy. The idea of being of movement and being in the movement, feeling the movement, not waiting for people to see the movement. They have to be in movement. So when you talk about conversing and meeting the people, it is fundamental. And you should not do not get fed up on that, because you might. It's exhausting. And a lot of people may not see the importance of it. They may tell you you're losing the time, you're not going to get anything from it. So what does it mean getting something from it? Whenever you meet somebody, if you do it with your integrity, there's always a gain. You never lose.
So it sounds like daily challenges, but always rewarding.
It's a daily challenge. It's a lot of work, preparation, training. It's all of that. But see, you have to have the vision. You have to have the vision. So you have to have the dance.
And continuing to challenge yourself, so it doesn't get stagnant.
Absolutely.
So maybe like the how we are. I sometimes call dance a cottage industry within a capitalist system.
Yes.
We're like a village, we're about touching and feeling and community and things like that, and then we have to come up against this system that says, how many bums on seats are you going to get? And what's your social media following, etc., etc. And we think that's like kind of one of the challenges.
And another thing that comes more and more, and I think it's important to say that there comes a time when you really have to ask the money you need to have. Especially for our communities. This is there comes a time enough is enough. We have been given. We have been. Oh my goodness, have we? Never. But then you say, this is what it costs. This is what I need. This is what I want. This is what I demand. I'm not begging.
But I was thinking to myself the other previously, when you read, at the moment I'm creating a film based on the Black women in World War II.
Yes.
I got it very clear, Black women in World War II. But the thing is, you come to a point where you say to yourself, okay, we've given, like, I mean, and we're still giving. You come to a point, okay, you start to understand, well, okay, it's not going to come. It's not coming. So we have to develop our own finance.
Yes, absolutely.
You have to, because,
Totally.
yeah, I don't know, you should get, I think you should get to a point where you say, okay, well, this is it, isn't it? So, you know, I gotta do my own thing.
Of course.
You gotta do your own thing. That's why I financed, I worked 7 days a week to pay for the first iteration of the Unknown Soldier to make sure my dancers were paid. So that was my own funding. It's hard though. It's not easy.
Yes,
it's not.
easy.
It's not easy because I have my daughter. You know, I care for my mentor as well. So there's a lot of add-ons.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I said to myself, well, if you want to do this, because sometimes people say to you, well, if you haven't got the money, maybe don't do it. But I'm like,
it's that inner drive. You talk about it has to be out there.
In South Africa, we call the add-on black tax. Black tax we call it in South Africa. This thing of like you do so much more to support than just yourself. And it actually extends into not just your family, into your community, into your wider reach. It's that extra thing that we have to think about. And there's a company in Australia actually, a black female-led company called Hot Brown Honey. And they do international touring. They're amazing. And the first time that Busty Beats is the name of the woman who started. The first time that she did it, she got a second mortgage on her house to pay for it. And when they go on tour, they make jewelry because they bring their children on tour. The big part of it is the revolution can't happen without childcare.
Yes.
No.
Or elders care.
If we're at the forefront of the revolution, we have children. We have to have. We have to have care for our elders in our communities. We have to have care for each other in our communities. It can't just be this, as we talk about existing in a capitalistic society, is that thing of being the individual and representing only yourself and standing only for yourself. We're actually, as Black people, as African people, as Caribbean people, we know that we represent we're a collective, we're a village, we're a country, we're a continent. I think that for me, also being a migrant artist, I know that when I step into a room, I'm not just Amira the artist, I'm Amira the African artist, I'm Amira the Muslim artist, I'm Amira from South Africa who's representing South Africa. And it's that's one of the big challenges when you're making Black-led work, is knowing that it's not just you want to just represent yourself sometimes, you do carry everything with you, and that's a challenge and a benefit.
It is a challenge.
That actually you walk with your ancestors and you carry them with you, and they can be with there and support with you. But then you also go, oh gosh, I've got to represent everyone. I can't just fail for myself. I have to fail for the whole of Africa now.
Well, that's what hip hop. That's what they did. They developed this thing of you have to represent. Otherwise, you can't be a true rap artist if you don't represent. That's part of it. That's part of this whole thing.
Yeah, we were talking before about a view, and I've certainly come across it in venues and programs, and you talked about an essentialism around this is Black and this is white, and actually listen to the richness of the diaspora that is just here amongst us, and the cultural time difference in where your show is coming from, where your show has come from, where your show is of the now. It's a frustration for me, I think, that they just go, oh, well, we did that for Black History Month. Are we still there in that space of, here we are sat in Black History Month, but are we still in that space? Or how do the young people see it, actually?
How do the young people see it? I think with young people, it's constantly in motion. We're in a generation, I've only just turned 30 like a week ago, so I still see myself as a young person. I think the Arts Council still sees myself as a young person. But I work with our youth theatre, and a lot of the discussions with our young people is that things are quickly moving and quickly changing, and they don't have time to sit in something and contemplate for too long, because we're suddenly on to the next thing, the next piece of news, the next wild thing that the Tory party have said about arts funding or about queer people, trans people, and the media cycle moves so quickly, so they have to move really quickly. And there's not enough time to just sort of sit with who we are and sit with our community and go, oh, what is this? How do we really feel about this? How are we really engaging with this? And how can we really put those things on stage and then take them around and share them with other people.
Sounds like lessons to be learned from these two shows.
Absolutely.
To connect, because I was like, when I was younger, I never wanted to sit still at all. Were there any more rewards and challenges about the practicalities of touring? We talked a little bit about, because what we said, the joys and challenges of working with a professional disabled cast within the system.
Yeah, the joys are all cast. The cast are amazing and they bring so much life and energy and wisdom into a space. The challenges are all bureaucratic. The real challenge is the systems that exist around disabled people and access to funds and access to work and access to transport and travel and all of these things. And one system, you have to apply for a number from one system so that you can do the application for another system. Those two systems don't talk to each other, and you have to talk to all of them. And one's got a timeline, and the other one doesn't have a timeline, and it's just that becomes really difficult and challenging. And if you're a company or an artist who doesn't have that sort of administrative infrastructure to really grapple with it, it can be a bit of a beast. But then the joy is being in the space, going out on the road, meeting other young people who have the same lived experience or totally different lived experiences, who are learning through the art and seeing the world in a different way. And I think that's a big part of why 20 Stories High goes on tour as well. We go into schools, we go to community centres, not just big theatres that sometimes people think they can't really access. We want to just break down those barriers and go, these stories are our collective stories, and how can we share that to change people's viewpoints on certain things. And
yes, from all of you, I hear that circle of us, the performers, the makers, the audience, one circle rather than I'm doing this for me, if you like it, I don't care. Or I'm doing this for you and I've forgotten myself. I hear a beautiful kind of wholeness and synergy around all of the pieces. If you could wave a magic wand, each of you, and there was unlimited funding and nobody was going to object, what would you transform about touring dance in the UK? Where do we need to sprinkle the fairy dust? It's a big one, isn't it?
It's a big one because my instant reaction is to go, more money!
Yeah.
But if we've got
we're talking about this, I think money is part of the answer, but I was hearing other solutions other than money.
I was thinking that probably make a network of touring nationally and internationally more accessible, because sometimes I think artists, you're creating in your head, you're creating your work, and then the next stage is to promote it. I was reading a book by Tomo Kokona. I read his book and
Successful Artists in Business.
And I tried to follow some of his strategies, because he says in the book, before you create the work, make that connection with the venue. So I did that for one of the works. I said, okay, I'm going to make the connection with the venue. But then in your head, the next stage is you have to go and create the work. And so you're sort of splitting your brain. I felt as though I'm splitting my brain. I don't know, people, you might be very different because you're a lot younger than I am. So you've got that stretch, that flexibility up there. Wow, where I am.
Anywhere else.
You understand what I mean? So you had to sort of say, okay, I've made the connection now. Now I have to go and do the work. It's exhausting. It's like it's exhausting. All I would say,
especially if you have children in the house and someone to care for it. Yeah.
So I would say it's probably making the whole touring network more accessible, removing the barriers, and it would be great in my head if we could just not apply for anything and then just go, come.
Yeah. We see you. We've seen your 500 hours.
You don't have to fill in anything. Just come, do the work, and they trust you that you're going to be disciplined enough to do the work, to standard, top standard. That would be ideal, nationally and internationally. Like, the transport network. It should be brilliant, but a transport network where they can go, okay, you all, Zab, Amira, Alison, you're going to bring your work here this week. We're going to go across there, and then there's going to be feedback. There will be an audience. Sure, the students are going to come and they're going to be absolutely inspired that we're going to get more and more people who want to do dance, drama, music. That would be ideal for me.
Yeah. So
I think
a mechanism of connectivity that reduces the labour.
But sometimes you might need that labour, isn't it? We might need that. We might need that labour to construct ourselves, maybe.
We certainly need time and space. This is what I was hearing before.
Yes.
Yeah, time and space to grow the work.
Well, I would see it more like in terms of strategy, first of all, and there comes the money, but strategy. So it's not just the money.
Yeah.
It's the people always. So you get the people. In my case, thanks to Mercy from Kauma.
Amen.
Yeah. She is the one that organizes all of it. And she's an example of a person who sees another future, a better one, certainly, but one that we have to all work at, which is connecting and having really an agency that does the job. So Kauma is a good example. She's a model, and she should get the proper support. She should get the proper support so that she has the human resource to be with her and develop that system of connectivity that over the years can really have, a say in what it is to tour.
Yeah, the support for the supporters.
You bet.
Mercy wanted me to talk about some of the work that I've been doing, and I'm going to I'll tell one story of my own that connects into this. Those Mercy type figures, I ran into one of all places at the Royal Opera House. And obviously she's not of diasporic heritage, but she just really got what needed to be done and created a space where I was allowed to curate whoever I wanted, so I'm saying blended majority heritage, to be role models for some younger people who were very serious about their ballet careers, and we populated the Royal Ballet School with brown faces, and it was just revelatory. There was a few white faces too, but they were all with us. Everyone had been brought into that same sensibility. The will was there, the strategy, the space, the resources to let it happen. But those background figures, the ones who hold space, make space, they're really important. So there's a person and a strategy in between those who want to do and those who want to make, a layer of strategy, and then the decision makers at the top, and it sounds like it's that middle layer that's missing. Something you were saying was reminding me of something that we had just been saying about younger artists and the myth of black gratitude.
Yes.
Can I tell you a little story? The myth of black gratitude. But I'm going to hand it to Mira.
Oh, yes.
Talking about it.
Well, a few years ago, was working on something, and somebody in the institution that I was working with said, well, you should be grateful for this opportunity. And I just thought to myself, wow, I mean, I am grateful, but I have worked, and I have done the work and put in the hours, and I've gone to the training and done all the things and written the play and I'm in it, and this idea of like just being really grateful for anything that you get. I was like, I'm grateful in the bigger scheme of things, but the minute someone tells me, well, you should be grateful, you're not really saying that I'm grateful, you're saying that I'm ungrateful.
And that's about the values of who is allowed to talk. Is, in my mind, somebody's 20 years and lifetime that has gone into a show is equally valuable, because it's about, each of your shows is very, very relevant in the world. And there's almost a myth out there, it's like, you're relevant, you're in this week, you're out this week, kind of. And that's, we've had one black thing, like black is one thing, back to the essentialism. And it's about having a world where you're free to express any aspect of yourself and to dial up your blackness or dial down your blackness as you see fit. I'm interested in how audiences that are not from your heritages, be that be other diasporic heritages or white European heritages, how have they reacted to the works? Because something I always used to feel was, but our black audiences don't turn up to that. It's like, well, you don't have to be black to be interested in what I'm doing. That thing, is that still out there? That, well, we don't do it because the black audiences won't come. Is that myth still out there? I'll go this way again.
I think so, I think because we're now I say now, we've been for a while in a period of austerity here, and we've been for a while in a period of defunding of the arts and the arts being constantly pushed to one side. that a lot of venues and producers are a little bit afraid of new voices, firstly, of young voices, of Black voices, of anything that they don't think is going to just quickly turn a profit. But there are loads of really exciting playmakers, theatre makers, venue artists who are willing to take those risks and are willing to sort of go for it. The challenge then comes in that those people are not accessible, is what you were saying in your answer just now. Those people are not accessible to us, that we don't know who to talk to, we don't know who to get a hold of. But with 20 Stories High, I mean, I'm quite lucky to work with 20 Stories High. It's a company that's been established for 20 odd years. And Keith Saha, who's the writer and director of the show that's going on tour on Monday, has been making work for a really long time. And 20 Stories High has an audience that will always turn up to its shows. The trick really is when you're in venues going, who are your audiences? How are you cultivating new audiences? How are you bringing more people into the theatre that would see the theatre as an accessible space? How are you making your theatres accessible? Mm-hmm. And then also not how are you just bringing people in, but how are you going out to people as well? Because we can't expect people to just keep coming to the theatre, keep coming to the theatre, keep coming to the theatre when we won't go to them where they are. We've got to meet people where they are.
Yeah, I'm thinking most of our stuff comes to us like through our mobile phones at home in our. Why would we go out to? Why would we go to exactly. So is the touring model dead or dying? The traditional one of proscenium arch theatres. Do we need to visit new spaces like filming online or within? I think of spaces like Bernie Grant as not your traditional theatre. Is it the spaces themselves?
I think what's happening now with social media, we're opening new spaces. The youngsters are engaging with work, differently. They will explain to you it's all very different, but they still do engage with the live performance. They need. I'm a teacher as well. I do teach students. They really do need to engage still, even though we have the phones, get that live connection. When we performed the Unknown Soldier at Bernie Grant, we had a school that sort of performance, and they were just absolutely, actually it was brilliant to perform to a school because the work is set in the 1940s, 1930s. Yeah, so it was really good to see the interaction with the younger generation, and they appreciated it, and they were like, how did you create this movement from the war? How did you do it? So then we broke it down, we went through, your choreographic devices and so on, but they were engaged with it. So it shows you that even though we're developing and moving forward into technology, those traditional performance spaces are still valid. Mm-hmm. As you would see if you go on the continent in Africa, the live element of storytelling is really, really still important. We do need that.
We're still ancient humans, I think, that respond in those same ways. It's just, like you say, inviting people into those spaces in a way that they find palatable. Once they're there, they get it absolutely to the fundamental roots that you were talking about. Mm-hmm. So we're going to wind up now, but I just wanted to ask each of you to say briefly where you're going next, and is there anything else you want to say that we haven't asked in this debate? What's happening next?
What's happening next? Oh, sorry. Yeah, what's happening next? 20 Stories High is opening High Times and Dirty Monsters next week at the Liverpool Everyman and Playhouse. And then we go on a national tour. So we'll be in London at Playhouse. We'll be in Leeds, we'll be in Derby, loads of different places. So yeah, just check out our website, 20storieshigh.org.uk, and you'll find everything there. Other than that, we stay making and pushing. And yeah, I think touring. The one thing that we haven't spoken about, which I think is a much bigger, longer conversation, is the environment. How does touring impact on the environment? How can we work with environmental consciousness at the forefront of our work? Because as we all know, people in the global south are the most impacted by the degradation of our planet. So how can we do as little harm as possible while we're taking our amazing work all over the world?
Beautiful. Next panel for the Blackie Forum. And what's the you doing next?
Back to Montreal immediately. I know there's a film again. The film is going to be presented in Toronto. I'm also being inducted into the movie Dance Hall of Fame in November. And then I created something that I call the Not Just Dance Symposium, which is going to happen in Vancouver, the city. You know, when you travel in Canada, it's like traveling in Europe.
Yeah,
so
it's a plane ride.
That's right. So
yeah.
we have that. Again, the idea of the Not Just Dance Symposium, meaning dance, it's not what you just think. It's, you know. So, and then creating a new piece that's going to be called Mover, then performing, I have a duet that I'm working on. So, and my program. In the meantime, I still teach and do my training program. So I'm super busy.
What am I doing next? At the moment, I've created a film called Black Women in World War II. This is one of the books, one of the inspiration. And we will be showing, it's a 15-minute film, we'll be showing that as part of Black History Month at Lee Grave on the 23rd of October at Lee Grave Library. We're performing it, showing it in some of the libraries in Malvern Forest. Next thing we'll be doing for Remembrance Day on the 12th of November, I should be showing or performing an extract of The Unknown Soldier at the RAF War Museum. And then I'm just planning, I'm working with different diverse venues for touring for 2024 and 2025 nationally and internationally. So that's what I'm working on. One of the things I think we didn't touch on sufficiently was sustainability of Black arts going forward and to the future. And I just wanted to thank Mercy and Kauma Arts for this opportunity actually to be with this wonderful panel. I think it's brilliant.
Yes,
and I must say thank you to the organization. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
And the Blackie Theatre as well.
Yeah, it's been a complete honour to be in this building, to be around the people behind the scenes and the people out front of the panel. And my next thing will be going to look at that future of young dancers that we've tried to give space to on the 22nd of October down at the Royal Opera House. I'm going to see those 34 beautiful young people, aged 10 to 15, those black faces, dancing the work of black artists and being that future of dance, because we wanted to say to them, you can come next, you can be creative, you can bend this system that we've been talking about. So Mercy, we know we planned your next forum, but yeah, environmental sustainability and long may you all tour, long may you have the rewards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love it.
Are we over?
I think that could be.
It didn't take long. 11 years old in the circle of dance, I started suddenly realizing what the circle was, how important it was, perceiving what I call the first democracy of the world. Everybody had the right to be who they were. I'm a dancer, profoundly a dancer.
We're all dancers as humans. We're all dancers.
Simple things like dance, you know, calls us to examine our humanity.
Whatever I do, I have no doubt that I'm in the world. So if the world does not see me, it's not something that is really stopping me, because I have integrated very much in me this way of belonging. It didn't take long. 11 years old in the circle of dance, I started suddenly realizing what the circle was, how important it was, perceiving what I call the first democracy of the world. Everybody had the right to be who they were. I'm a dancer, profoundly a dancer.
We're all dancers as humans. We're all dancers.
Simple things like dance, you know, calls us to examine our humanity.
Whatever I do, I have no doubt that I'm in the world. So if the world does not see me, it's not something that is really stopping me, because I have integrated very much in me this way of belonging.
Amazing. Hello, Queens. What's going on? I just appear in the middle here.
Yeah, the king.
Thank you. I just wanted to, because like the conversation was going on so well, and I was like really felt left out. FOMO. You know, I was wondering, because you asked the question just before we went live. Would you like to ask it again? It would be great to share.
Yes, I wondered after Alison was talking about the importance of having met each other, and that it's often in dialogue. And I find I'm a mentor, and I find this to be very true, particularly among us women. It's often in dialogue that we find out what we ourselves think. You know, kind of what and we test each other's ideas, but in a kind and supportive way. So I was wondering if any of you had learned anything from the other two that you were going to carry into your touring or working, a piece of inspiration.
Well, in my case, I'm sort of a researcher, and listening to this project, Women at War, Black Women at War, and then your project shows the diversity, how much the interest. There's so many things that we're interested about, and dealing with our communities throughout the world. So it just confirms to me this idea that we're really part of this global world, moving things forward in many different ways, and we have been. But it's now that we really have to sort of give shape to this awareness that we are making history. And we should be able not to get to know one another, but more to recognize each other.
That's able to recognize.
Yeah. I want to say from Amira and Zab, I appreciated speaking to Zab not just before, but also hearing her stories and the wider perspective on dance. Because I find in the UK, I've worked with French choreographers, French African choreographers, and they seem to have this deep sense of movement, where it comes from, where it's going. And I always go like, wow, it's so deep, where they're going with where movement is. Like Zab said, she can see in the human body, what is it you said earlier? You said
the genealogies, the history,
the history in your body. Like, what's her name? Sheba, she did a solo called The Monument. You're doing architecture, the monument, you know, the body, the movement. And then hearing Amira, how there's certain things that she said earlier that gave you that next or younger generation perspective, you know, like when she said black tax, and you said there was something else you said about the youth, and I was like, wow, I hadn't thought of that, or I didn't know that, you know, and so it was refreshing to hear these different perspectives. And as Louise said, you know, sometimes you're in your own environment, you're in your own space as an artist by yourself thinking, but so you do need these communities of practice to have these conversations to clarify your ideas, and they are important. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me, I'm so interested in uncovered histories. And I think that's something that when you have like an ancestry of enslaved people. So my people from South Africa, I have a Southeast Asian lineage of enslaved people who were taken from Malaysia, Indonesia, and then brought to Africa. And then going, oh, there's so many histories like that that are not in the mainstream, and so many histories that are untaught, and this thing of like uncovering all these stories from the war and of people who go unrecognized in their lives, and in like next generations, they just don't know enough about our histories. Our histories are whitewashed and taken over and deleted, and in my case, never written down. And this thing of like carrying the history in the body, and we know now because of sort of scientific research, I don't exactly know who's done the research, that trauma is embodied and that we can inherit it into our DNA. So that my enslaved ancestors who have trauma, I've got that trauma in my body from them, even though I've never like experienced slavery ever. And then what that means to carry that history in your body, and where you can unlock it and use it. I come from a theatre background, not a dance background. So anytime I get to talk about the body, it's just a whole new conversation. And we were talking in the other room about storytelling and different ways of storytelling, and yeah, it's just amazing. Yeah.
That's just made me think about uncovering, again, back to this experience I had in the whitest of all spaces, the Royal Opera House, that when I gave a talk to the audience at the beginning, which was full of these young people's parents with lots of different heritages, and I felt quite scared about doing this. And also my own heritage is Ugandan and English, so I was in a protectorate, which is like a colony with benefits. We asked the English in to prevent a war, and there were a lot of there's a lot of synergies between two very bureaucratic cultures. But I wasn't raised in Uganda, I was raised in North Wales, and so standing in this space and saying, I cannot not acknowledge the trauma in these stones underneath our feet in this building. And I was saying, if there was trauma in the stones this week, there was also hope in the air, because it was a really happy project. And my lovely colleague in the little collective I'm part of, Pathways Collective, which is a group of mature artists who get together and push each other about our ideas and share practice to sort of have that dialogue. So I said, oh no, I think the ancestors would be proud of you for lifting that up in that space. And I'm not always, kind of that courageous about that kind of thing, but I was thinking, I cannot pretend I'm not where I am, and not acknowledge, yes, it's getting particularly younger generations to be interested in the history, and us to be interested in the history of, our own bodies, because I was a ballet little girl as well, but I had to stop, there was no space for me. So in a way I thought, I was carrying on the story and like flying flat, but not sugarcoating things, but saying also, but we're still in motion. We still might get there.
It's important not to lose hope.
And
I think it's just interesting hearing so many different elements of this about the word storytelling has been following me for the past month or so, just that word in so many different ways. Like, I remember being in a conversation and we talked about how in some cases, unfortunately, some of the elements of what we call culture can sometimes be born from trauma and how we responded to it. And because we responded the same way for so long, it becomes ingrained in how we do things and how we look at the world. And now we kind of act still in that same way. And sometimes it's like you said, it's carried in our bodies. And you might be in a space, you might see or hear or taste or touch or smell something which triggers something that you may not really have ever really been experiencing. But then once you see it, or you see that first dance piece for the first time, something resonates and something agitates within you. And you just don't know why. But for me, that's always been like the beginning of that journey of like asking myself those questions of where that comes from. And then putting that into a story of my own that someone else can resonate with as well.
Yeah, it's a great conversation starter.
Oh, yeah.
And I definitely have, because I fear boring the next generation. You know, I have a son and a daughter, I was like, they won't want to hear about this. But somehow, some of the art pieces that I've done or talked to, it opens up those conversations, even within families. But what resonated with me was the power of your father's story and the way you're carrying that forward, Alison.
Yeah, the thing is, I tried this with my dancers when we were in Edinburgh, because I said, you know, as Black people, we carry, as I've said, or Amira, and everybody, you know, we carry this heritage of either the enslaved, your ancestors, or another form of trauma. And I said to them, let's try and actually, that is there, let's try and think another way. You know, how can we be free of that? Because how can we, it is there. I'm not saying, I know some people might come for me with that, but I'm just saying, you know, I was trying to think, how could I be more creative? Do you understand what I mean? I'm not saying absolutely. I'm not. I'm saying, how can I be more creative? Because sometimes I was trying to think, let me just lie down and think differently.
Yeah,
and sorry, I want to say is, what is different? Because I saw some gentleman online and he said something so interesting, and I was like, oh, I hadn't thought that. And so I was thinking to myself, you know, because sometimes when you spend a lot of time thinking about one thing, you're missing out on that, whatever it is, you know. And I was just trying.
Capitalism has certainly packaged up and sold that trauma story back to
That's
us. I went to an amazing talk by Gary Young, and was talking about, so here we are celebrating Windrush whilst the scandal is still going on, but they've just packaged it up and sold it back. So,
because for some of our youngsters, this trauma is a way of branding themselves.
A way of
branding
themselves.
Literally.
Yeah.
So this is serious. It's being done in USA. We've been criticizing it. It's something that's now even more so, because when the institutions are saying, okay, we're going to sort of provide some money, and because of this traumatized, you know, we're giving money away, that's it. They come out with branding themselves around slavery, around all of this, the ancestors, and what was done to my ancestors. So this is really serious.
We were talking about that, Amira, weren't we?
Yes.
About what gets to talk.
Oh yeah, it's tricky, you know. It's basically selling ourselves out again, which is inevitable in this capitalist society. You know it will happen. So we shouldn't blind ourselves about this. And when we're talking about being more creative, as you were trying to express here, it's about actually being creative now. It's not so much as more, but now is the more. It's how can you capture the now time, those contemporary times. Stop being caught with what you think is the past.
Yeah, because the past is just a story, and who told the story,
and who told the story.
Validates
now.
The story.
Who are you now? What are you doing now? What are the obstacles now? What is your awareness of who you are right now in this space, in your body? What do you feel you are at this moment? And this is a hard, how would I say, practice. And you have to practice this now. But again, me, I have the drum, and the drum is the expert at the now. It's a technology of the now. So that's why we should bring back the drum where it belongs. In the schools, for example,
Yeah, they do
For the
have
young people, because
yeah.
I train young people. When I see how they react to the drum, they've been missing the drum.
It's funny, they've been listening to music but missing the drum.
Totally, and you should see with the hip hop. They're lost at the rhythms. And for us, the rhythms of hip hop are too simple. It's the beat. The beat comes out, oh, some people are going to beat me. But no, it's simple when in front of the complexity of the rhythms. So if you make hip hop dancers with rhythms, African rhythms, they're lost. Because of the binary system, the way, all of that. So, but those rhythms are there, nevertheless.
And actually connecting the body with those rhythms, because hip hop, they will say, well, I need my trainers, miss, I need my socks. And you're like, no, they have to come off. We need to have your bare feet on the floor. You need to feel that vibration all the way through the body. Recently, I think last week, we were doing an open evening in my school, and we had a band playing, and then there was another student in another room with djembes. And every, like you were saying, you said the children are attracted to the drum. Every child that came in, they were on the drums, on the drums. That's where they were, not on the phone. They were on the drums. That connection. So,
yeah. What would your young hip hop artists say? I'm just saying we're saying.
I love it.
We're talking about hip hop artists. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think young people have so much. Everyone's got so much because we live in this capitalistic society. We've got so much to contend with. And so everything's coming at us from loads of different angles. So when we have something that is as pure and simple as drums, you don't have to deal with all the other stuff because what you've got is a piece of material run tightly around a circle that then reverberates. And that's it. And it's as simple as that. And I think sometimes when we think about storytelling and art, we try to overcomplicate our artistry, where actually it's as simple as a piece of material run tautly over a circle. Or when I work a lot with actors in training, and it sounds very flippant, but I was an actor, so don't come for me in the comments. Where acting is as simple as breathe good, speak good. That's it. That's all you have to do is breathe and speak. That's all it is. And dance is breathe and move.
Look at all society when people talk.
Yeah, that's all it is. And I work a lot with actors who are like really scared of improv, for example. And I imagine loads of dancers are also a bit frightened of improv. And I'm like, you improv, your whole life is improvisation. You don't walk out of the house in the morning with a script and go, okay, today I'm going to say this to the cashier. And everything is improv. So it's just this thing of like, everybody wants to categorize things. And it's what you're saying about existing in the binary system of everything. Going, actually, if we just allowed it to exist and allowed ourselves to take it on and see what happens and feel really fluid with it and feel really open to it, it's like amazing things can happen. And then of course, I'm sitting on the other side of it going, when we talk about young artists like selling trauma and this thing like trauma porn. In South Africa, we have this thing called stomach politics, where sometimes the stomach comes first, and you go, okay, well, if I sell this product, if I sell myself in this way with this story, then I can eat. And it's like, how do, especially in this cost of living crisis in the UK and globally, and the environmental crisis, and how can young artists, young people who want to be artists, make careers out of it and eat on a daily basis and support their families and care for their families and their children and tour and see the world and not be limited to the four walls that surround them. I think having panels like this is like amazing to get to talk about it and share experiences and then how do we engage young people in that and how do we find young people into these spaces.
It's interesting you're saying that, but there's a hierarchy, and it comes back to systemic racism because there's a hierarchy of youngsters who are able to do that. Artists who are able, dance, theatre, music, there's a hierarchy, and we've got our youngsters who don't have that access, who are very, very talented, by the way, but they missed out for whatever reason. They don't have that access. Like for my show, my daughter plays and she composed the music for my show with her uncle. My brother, he didn't go to Royal College of Music. He's self-taught. My daughter as well. So, you know, it's having that access so that they can navigate all the way up and gain those benefits.
These Royal Valley School Royal Valley School project, the young people were, some of them were already at vocational schools and some of them were just very serious about it. But the parents were given money to come down to London if they were from outside of London and supported to stay in a hotel and to be there and things like that. And I remember them saying, oh, do you think we should talk to the parents as well? I was good. You should give them tea, give them food, and give them access to us talking about our careers. And my beautiful friend Gerard Martin, we were laughing our heads off because we said, oh, you know, Gerard's in his 40s, I'm in his 50s, and we got a round of applause from the room. And so sometimes it's not just the young people as well, but the parents, the gatekeepers, the teachers need that education. And when I was researching you guys, I really loved the resource pack that comes with your show, and it's sort of standard because it's thought of that disabled people might need more access to things. My son has autism, so it's really helpful for him to have seen a video beforehand and to actually to know the plot and to not be too surprised and things like that. You did that is done because it's part of good practice, but I wonder if we need to do it more because there is not much knowledge of context, particularly with the way history is taught and the way dance is taught about black dance. I don't know, could you outline some of the elements of your pack? And I wonder if we listen to it again, should we all have that?
Yeah, I think we do it in all of our shows, just across the board. It's not necessarily specific, disability specific. Because as you said, sometimes things stir something in you, trigger something in you, triggers. We never know when they're going to get triggered. So we do it. We have like introductions to who the cast are. We explain what the general plot is, if there's going to be loud noises or any sort of content warning things. Because if somebody who's had a lived experience or a recent experience of something of like violence or racial violence, for example, we want them to come into the space feeling safe. It's all about audience safety and audience care. We care about the artists. We care about the makers, but how much do we care about the audience and how practical can we be with it? And I absolutely would encourage anyone who's interested in audience care as a practice and as a professional practice to have a look at some of the resources we have on our website on really detailed. A lot of it initially was born out of disability access and saying, you know, for people who are neurodiverse, you know, when they see blood on stage, for example, to be aware that that is fake blood and someone's not actually getting hurt on stage, stuff like that. And it's just become like common practice in the theatre sector. And I think absolutely, if dancers are doing it, they should be.
I love that. And I think it's one of those things where it kind of leans that way. Because I know in like my architecture site seems to be coming up to the surface every now and again, but often it starts with best practice and then it becomes legislation. So something that works, which benefits everybody, becomes useful. And I think that's a great way that you've done that, because a lot of people just don't think about it.
Yeah, isn't there this architectural philosophy? It's got like 8 points or something like that. It's about making things accessible for everybody.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. But there is a dancer called Jörg Koch who built his practice for disabled people on that architectural philosophy. And it's because he was brought together in circumstances like this, where people from different disciplines and different areas talk to each other. There's a great richness and people from different diasporas. When diaspora comes together,
It's a beautiful thing. Well, thank you so much. It's been an amazing conversation. I was eardropping for the first half, and then I managed to weave my way in. So it's been awesome. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
That we're gonna have another. Are we gonna share the next panel?
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. So we're gonna have the next group of people come in for the next panel. But it's been amazing listening to you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Amazing. all yours.
So this is panel 3 of the Black Dance Forum 2023. My name is Janaea Pickett. I'm a community historian. I'm not a dance practitioner, but I am very interested in cultural history, especially Black Liverpool history. So I'm excited to be joined today by Ellis Ira Thompson and Ian Freeman, and we're going to discuss the importance of archive work within Black dance. So welcome. I think I'll just go straight into questions if that's okay with you both. So yeah, as I said, in this conversation we'll be exploring the impact that Black archives and heritage has had on the present state of Black dance. First, I would like to start by asking you both a question. How has the recording of Black cultures in the past informed your practice? Were you inspired by Black dancers of the past? And in what format was that heritage available to you? So, Ira, if you want to go, Alice, if you want to go first.
I'll go first. I think for me, I'm from like a younger generation, and so there's like a lot of like community elders and a lot of dancers above me in age, including like members of my family. And so for me, this type of like Black cultural dance narrative was something that was more so like word of mouth for me, and stuff that I knew on like a community level. And so I recognized that a lot of it was word of mouth. A lot of my family's experience with dance was word of mouth. And so how I'm on this panel today is because I took it on myself to like document them stories. And
Yeah, what drove me to document those stories?
I guess just, the wider scope of the lack of documentation of Black narratives, especially in Liverpool. I feel like we easily go like undermined or overlooked. And so this has all added to my drive to be like, okay, how do I create something tangible that people can learn something about our culture in Liverpool, our authentic culture in Liverpool? And that's the kind of like motion I move with.
Great. And Ian, what about yourself?
Yeah, to stay on the same lines as Ellis's, and you all can see I'm the younger of us too. So I'd just like to put that first and foremost. Basically, as we sit in this building, the Blackie, back in those days, in the 70s, this was the only place which was a safe haven for our local Black community to come to. There's many different boroughs around this area where we couldn't actually step into. And there'd either be fights or the police would stop you. So looking at Black creative music and culture, Bill and Wendy, they opened the door to our local community so we could have access to places like America, which was, pirate radio stations back in those days. But at least, the local Black community could come down, have a safe haven and household where they could all enjoy Black music. Being a professional creative person, dancer / curator from Liverpool, I grew up with my mother, and because we didn't have any cars or vehicles back in those days, we'd have to get the bus. But as we're standing at the bus stop, my mother would start to show me tap dance. Tap dance, and I was like, okay. And it was kind of like a thing of keeping you warm when you was outside in the cold. But then I decided to take on that tradition a lot more. So back in those days, we had a place called Stanley House, which is on the top end of Parliament Street in Liverpool 8. So a woman called Margaret Cox, white British Jewish woman, she used to come into the community and teach everybody about tap dance. So you learn, your first time steps, second time steps, third time steps. But then when you looked at classic films of America, where you had the, what were the two brothers called? Do you remember?
Nicholas Brothers.
Yeah, Nicholas Brothers. Yeah. So, when you had like the Nicholas Brothers, who were like the highlight kind of Hollywood, with the splits and everything, what they could do on set, that was a massive inspiration. Just to think about that limelight kind of thing. But then, as time moves on, and things change from the 70s to the 80s, we can talk about Delado, which was also a massive coming together of the Black community and integrating with each other. And, we're looking at the Caribbean, West Indian, Trinidad, Tobago, Africa, Nigeria. We're going all over, and having that inspiration, what comes together, and all those different art cultures. So,
just a second,
go ahead.
Because you're sort of answering questions that I'm going to ask
Oh,
you.
yeah.
So I wanted to get more into your career.
Okay, yeah.
And one of the questions I asked you just talked about that memory of your mum showing you tap dance and the bus stop. And I know that you come from a tradition of creatives, musicians, dancers. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, and how has the family recorded that history? And did that influence your decision to go into professional dance?
When I think about my family and about the people, who've sadly passed away, there's always been a music and creative tradition within the family. At one point, you had Shirley Bassey, who was, living in my nan's house. She was just around the corner from Wales. You've got my Uncle Kenny, who used to be in The Real Thing. Again, I talked about my mum being a tap dancer. Those women who used to, twizzle the buttons. And they have like, they look like not cheerleaders, but like a majorette kind of thing, So, and my Auntie Brenda, she's always, and my Auntie Cassie, they'd be in the local pubs on the piano, jamming away, and obviously I was too young to even venture in that kind of area, but it's that kind of history, that culture, what kind of has inspired me to be a lot more creative, to explore a lot wider. So I've gone on to, play leading roles for Andrew Lloyd Webber's musical Starlight Express. I've been on world tours in Japan. I've been on world tours in Australia. I went on then to Germany. I trained at the London Contemporary Dance Theatre up in London. From there, I started to work within small fringe scale dance companies. Back then, at that time, I think it was Ken Livingston who was running the GLC, yeah, the Greater London Council. So all the heritage and history has made me move forward in a lot of ways, to look and discover my creative possibilities, you know.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Thank you. Alice, I'll ask the second question first. I think it makes more sense. So this is the first time we've met properly today, but I did come to the Delado event on slavery remembrance day, which I thought was the highlight of the day, to be honest. The positive vibes it was palpable, wasn't it, in the room, especially when all the ladies got up at the end and started dancing. It was fantastic. And I called you Io before, and I said that's because I'm a Black Liverpool history is my thing, and that is a family name. And the Ios that are present throughout archives, going back to the 1940s that I've seen. So obviously you have a connection to Liverpool. Would you like to explain a little bit about that connection?
Yeah, I guess my connection to Liverpool is kind of like the typical mix of culture type of experience, So I'm very, I have the Ayo lineage that is from South Nigeria, Calabar, that came over here just before World War II, I believe. And then I have like Irish ancestry and like just different lineages, and one of them very people like biracial, like people from Liverpool where like cultures mix. So my connection to Liverpool is that it was where I was born and raised. It was where my parents were born and raised, and yeah, I have like a long-standing family lineage that was like long-standing in Toxic, in Liverpool age. So yeah.
Yeah, and I know of your family from sort of political activism. But is that the same like Ian's family? Is that tradition of creativity and that's influenced you, do you think?
You know what? I don't think of it like that, but it's just something that's in me naturally. I never like I do dwell on and I do think about those who came before me, but I never like pinpointed single family members down or people down to say like, oh, I'm like this person, or oh, I'm like that person. I think it is, I think all of us of the African Caribbean diaspora, we do have like this flame inside us. There's people that in my lineage or in my family that have like, kept that flame. There's people in your lineage, and yeah, there's this creative flame, and I think it's just a matter of like keeping it alive.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I keep mine alive,
So what was the inspiration? How did you go about you recently presented this Delado project? How did this begin?
So the Delado book that I created was I have family members, my parents were part of Delado. My sisters were young enough and to still remember it during the 80s. I was not born. I wasn't a speck of an idea in the 80s when Delado was happening. But I think that also kind of just speaks to like, to me, I find intergenerational dialogue very important, and it's about how do we create this intergenerational dialogue creatively in forms of like dance, like, well, what did dance mean to people from Toxic in the 80s, and how they, from speaking with the Delado people, they didn't begin it to on a political basis, they didn't begin it to resist. They did it because it felt natural to them and they had a lot of energy to express. During that, they found that, it looks like they are resisting against the system by coming together. And I think, there's so many gems of wisdom that we can uncover if we get in rooms together, if we have intergenerational conversations and document them. And that was why I how I came about doing this project.
You mentioned conversation, so obviously like oral history is part of the way you approach this? What other types of archives did you look for?
So I had some access to images from family members, and then it was just a matter of like contacting different people who was in the group and asking for the pictures. I was able to get some video footage from 1983. I was able to access that through the Freeman, who had kept it archived for all these years, which I'm so grateful for. And so that was a whole other process that I wasn't involved in, like, well, how do you get a tape from 1983 to now appear on my computer screen? I have to give that to Michelle Peterson Walker, who dealt with that type of archive side of it. And so, yeah, I guess the oral history was a big part of it. I kind of come from an academic research background as well, so I was kind of thinking about then like interview and like qualitative data kind of techniques that I could implement into this project.
No, I'm one to sort of promote oral history as well, and as you say, them intergenerational conversations. And I think as an academic researcher in academia, oral histories can sort of get a bad rep, but that can set you off to archives, or you mentioned something in a conversation, and then then what steps to go next if you're looking at a publication. So totally on board, agree with all of that. So how was it working with the members and bringing up those memories with them? What was the response?
It was very powerful. I found it very powerful. It was also just an honor to be involved with. Not all of the members are allowed to tell their story. And so the ones that I did get to sit with are like all in their 60s now. What was really funny to me is that like I could ask questions to one of them, and they wouldn't remember everything. But then once someone else said something, it would trigger a memory. So it was interesting for me. Working with them was also exciting because I knew I was going to uncover new things throughout the whole process. Because I'm like, I'm asking them to like jump back 40 years, jump back 30 years. And so doing that, there was just like new things being uncovered, and it just again shows like the power of conversation, the power of having dialogue, because if I was not to, maybe if I asked questions in a certain way or in a different way, maybe certain things wouldn't have been triggered in the memory. And I just think how it all came together just felt like divine alignment.
And it really felt like everybody was so supportive of it. Like I said, the event at the Museum of Liverpool, there were people from the community that I would never imagine stepping foot inside the museum. Everybody came out to support it, and it was a great celebration.
I was very happy for the way that I was received because I put a lot of work in. People like see when you like produce something creative. I guess people see like the finished product. That's when you have the audience, but they don't see the the 15 months behind the scenes of like planning that goes into it. And so for me to have worked that long on it, around 15 months I was working on that, all for a 2-hour event, but the 2-hour event was very powerful, very significant and well received, and for that I'm just very grateful.
And how did it feel significant in presenting that on Slavery Remembrance Day?
Yeah, it did, and it's funny because it wasn't originally going to be on Slavery Remembrance Day, and it wasn't my idea to have it on that, and I had to sit with myself and kind of like think about it, and it ended up being on the perfect day. It felt like the most perfect day for it.
It was and because it's just quite a heavy day, you're remembering traumatic experiences, so I think to have that event to lift the mood at the end of the day, it was really
and just
great.
Also just reshaping, how we honor that day. Like we're brought here together at the event, celebrating people of African Caribbean diaspora. Some of their lineage were enslaved, some of them were not. These was like the first. These was second generation, or the first British citizens of their lineage in Liverpool. For a lot of them were. So kind of recognizing that and saying, let's celebrate what these people have done in their lives. And
Well, that's kind of moved on nicely to speak about Maxine. Maxine Brown was meant to be with us on the panel today, but unfortunately she couldn't make it. She's a dance practitioner with over 40 years of experience and was a member of Delado. And I did have some questions for Maxine, but I think that you will be able to answer them on her behalf. The first one I've already asked about the significance of presenting that during Slavery Remembrance Day. What was the feedback? Did you have much feedback after the event? And are there any more Delado projects in the pipeline?
There are more Delado projects in the pipeline, and there was feedback. Yeah, I got a lot of great feedback. People were just really, even the Delado members themselves were just like overwhelmed with the whole event. And it's funny because I have a documentary in the pipeline, so all of the content within the booklet is all on camera. It's all recorded. It's all going to form a documentary. So like the booklet was kind of like a soft launch to the documentary that will come later.
Yeah. There's a little clip of that show, wasn't there? But even the book. I mean, as you say, these kinds of narratives, especially about Black Liverpool, they're hard to come by. So the book actually having all those images in there, and it's just like a dream for me. You know, as a historian, as an archivist, it was just fabulously put together, and you know, just an amazing way to preserve that.
And speaking of Maxine Brown, I know you mentioned Maxine Brown, who was meant to be on the panel today, and she's somebody who's featured in the book who I interviewed. And what was like most interesting to me is Maxine in the interview, she told me that she never thought that she could be a workshop facilitator, or she didn't necessarily like the teaching element of it. And I was like blown away, because to me, as someone who's younger, like Maxine had been my dance teacher at some point, you know. And so for her to say that, and then for me to keep in mind like her teaching dance over 4 decades, it's just like, wow, like look how from the beginning of the Delado starting to where Maxine is today, and she didn't. From what I got from the interviews from Maxine, she didn't expect to go into teaching the way she did, and I'm sure so many people have like came into dance and they've emerged as amazing dancers under her wing, you know. And so that was probably like the highlight for me of like interviewing Maxine.
Well, we discussed reading Maxine's contribution to the book, so I'll do that in her absence. Just one sec. So she says at the start, I went back to the workshops at the Rialto every day. Mercy and Ebony from Steel and Skin said to me, learn this dance. Whilst they did so with the drummers, so I learned with them. And then Maxine says, my dad was from a place called St. Thomas in Jamaica, and he knew a lot of cultural things. So I learned that dance wasn't just dance. It's a whole religious practice that we were able to hold on to from Africa. Such as a practice called revival. He used to teach it, and I loved it, so I always feel like I'm building on things. Plus, when I embrace Rastafari, this takes us on to another spiritual level again. To embrace this at that time in Liverpool 8, it was like a gathering of us together. It was bringing us together. It was bringing people, like-minded cultural people together. During the time with Delado, it also helped me to be a workshop leader. I was always like one of them people like, oh my gosh, I never wanted to lead a workshop. I always just think I'm just going to mess this whole thing up. But once I did it, there was no turning back. I was just like, oh yeah, I can do this. Delado was a big thing for me. We got to work with some amazing people, amazing teachers, Teacher Dan and Yale. They were our main teachers. But at the start of Delado, we had people like, oh my gosh, Ben Badu. We had Nayati, who was working with a massive drum group in Manchester called
Cantomanda.
Thank you. We were working with Emmanuel Tago, that's another name I recognise. It was amazing. So just to get people's memories down or testimony that wouldn't necessarily always engage, especially with kind of museum work. I just thought it was so precious.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Maxine thought after the presentation? Did she tell you her thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, she came up to me, gave me a really, really big hug and said, thank you so much for doing this. She was incredibly grateful. And, even, and Maxine also is working for the National Museums of Liverpool as well. So even just to host the event in the Museum of Liverpool, and felt like a very special thing. And that was something that, I was kind of set, like very fixed on in my head. I wanted it to be there. And it was there, like, thankfully, and it was great to work with too.
Well, I'll open questions up now to both of you, if that's okay. So these are just general questions about Liverpool's Black community and its connection to dance. What do you understand about this history?
I missed that last part. So general.
So what do you understand about Liverpool's Black history? I mean, I know you know an awful lot. You work for the museum as a curator yourself now. So Liverpool's Black history and its connections with dance, what do you understand about that?
What I understand about it, that it stems, it goes back and back and back. What we need to understand is about the mixture and the Black mixture of what we had in our community, and what's being built, for our community. So what I understand that is, going back to, my great grandmother, my grandmother, just like I made the references about playing pianos on the corner pubs in our own area. So they'd be dancing and they'd be jigging and people would be getting down. So it's always been something within our heritage, within our blood, to celebrate in that way. So, I mean, when I say celebrate, when things are really hard, then the people will stand up and start to, stand and move their feet and make a rhythm. And obviously having a whole diverse community, Black community, which stems from everywhere. You can only, think about where that comes from.
Definitely. I think I said recently that even though the Liverpool Black community historically has always lacked materially, culturally, it's always been really vibrant. Alice, do you?
I think Liverpool's Black community's relationship with dance is something that's spiritual. I think, like, in retrospect, especially with the Lardo project, in the moment they didn't really perceive it as something that's spiritual. But in retrospect, now I'm asking these questions and they're thinking about it. Now they understand that it was something that was a huge part of their identity, their sense of self, their spirituality. And so coming from that lens, if you think about movement, and if you have to really think about what the context of the 80s was like for them for other African Caribbean drum and dance ensembles to be in Liverpool 8 and to be drumming in the community centre, for Liverpool 8 individuals to be walking past and hearing the drums. It's almost like a calling. Some people in the book actually spoke about that. I was just walking past and I heard the drums and I went inside. So if you think about, then they went inside and then anybody could come in and jam before the Lardo formed up, as it was forming, anybody could come in and join. You just get involved. Those who got involved and stayed and formed a group with some people, a fraction of people who I've highlighted and worked with in the book. And so in retrospect, it's something that is very spiritual and very yeah, and I think that's a lot just about the Black community in Liverpool. There's a lot of like spiritual undertones, but we just don't necessarily pinpoint them or connect with all the dots.
Conscious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you find that? Do you think that Liverpool's Black community is different from other Black communities, or what sorts of similarities? Or maybe both spend time in different cities, in London especially. It's because I quite often hear people say that Liverpool's Black community is different or unique or whatever. I personally think that's a bit of a construction, but I was just wondering what your guys' opinion was. Ian.
I think obviously within the UK, whether it be Birmingham, Bristol, Leeds, Manchester, we all have connections of our Black Afro-Caribbean heritage. In some places it can be a lot bigger. Yeah. So if we looked at Brixton, where you can walk down Brixton High Street, the market's always there. Every day you have all different forms of Black heritage. Whereas if you come to Liverpool, it could be a lot smaller. And the differences are very minor in a way. But I think we still all have our links to our own roots and our heritage. So, you could come from, again, Birmingham or Bristol, but we know that we can connect.
I would say energetically, Liverpool is significant in that regard. I think everywhere has a different energy, in the world, but in the context of Liverpool and the Black community here, we have to consider that Liverpool played a significant role in the transatlantic slave trade, and so when you consider what was Liverpool's initial relationship with the African Caribbean diaspora, it was through enslaving African people and helping the transportation of them African people to the Caribbean. So we have to think about that context of Liverpool. That was their first, maybe not like specifically the first, but generally speaking, that was like one of the big significant interactions of this city with our diaspora. And so now, if you fast forward some time, here we are sitting here today. So in this predominantly white city, working class, northwest of England, that comes with this whole own type of energy, its whole own experience, that I think is why it is significantly different, the energy here. But on the other hand, you could also think about like the amount of the Black culture here that is mixed with other cultures, Arab culture, white culture, and stuff like that. So there's also that lens.
Well, that's really interesting. The energy is different. I like that. I think we've run out of time. We've got time for one more question. One more question. Okay, that's a nice way to end it. How do you feel Black dance has evolved since the 70s and 80s? What has influenced these changes? Last question.
I think, how has it evolved? Being classic contemporary dancer. So I don't know if you know a company called Alvin Ailey. So it was basically a Black dance contemporary company from Harlem. In terms of contemporary dance, the study of the actual art form was provided by Martha Graham. Then it moved over to Merce Cunningham, who moved on to more jazz. Then you had Alvin Ailey. So it was about the using that art form to represent our black culture, which is stemmed into, you know, all the pop stars that we know nowadays, the opera singers, what we know nowadays. I think it's been a great positive for the art form and for our culture moving forward. We can see that nowadays everywhere in society where we look, I think, in terms of how, you know, it's progressed. That's what I'd say.
I would just add, you know, the evolution of culture is like culture is spreading, you know. So if we think about like urban dance and street dance and the, you know, the prominence and the prevalence of that throughout throughout everywhere, not just Liverpool, but you know where its roots in black dance, its roots is in black dance. But now, you know, everybody goes to the little pop, lock and drop workshops, you know, and they're more accessible for other cultures. And I just think that, you know, people do the background work of where these things actually stem from, and continue to learn about the OGs.
Yeah. Just to add to what Ellis is saying, we're just celebrating 50 years of hip hop. So when we think about where hip hop was born and where it came from, and all the breakdancing, all the different dance moves, the groups what have come out of that, you know, we could say, let's say Beyonce for a big name. Yeah, that's where it stemmed from, and that's how it's progressed as you know, a roots and cultural diverse community who've started to make this music and then have created all different kinds of dance forms. And you know, we are here today, you know, 50 years in the making, still celebrating that, you know. And like we were talking about the Nicholas brothers before, you know, that's the classic, or the OGs.
Oh, well, thank you both so much.
Thank you very
really
much.
interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Awesome. What an amazing conversation. And we've got one last performance, I think, before we round up at the end of today. With Levi in a minute. But thank you so much for having that conversation. I was just being a fly on the wall listening to it, because this is my first time being in Liverpool, so it was great also hearing a little bit about its history. I love the concept of bringing the past and the present together always.
Well, there you go.
Amazing! Thank you. This is my true home for sure. Yeah, exactly. You keep hold of that, definitely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. So hope you've been enjoying the day so far, but we're not finished just yet. So we've got one last performance for you, and this is Levi Tafari, and he's gonna introduce himself just a little bit, just give a bit of a background. But he's a writer, poet, artist, and you've had a recent announcement.
Yeah, actually, Citizen of Honor for the city of Liverpool. I was made Citizen of Honor earlier this year, and I'm on a Lifetime Achievement Award from Roots 40 Plus. We had the ceremony in the Center of Excellence in Birmingham.
Come on.
So it's been a fantastic year.
Amazing.
And I just started as writer in residence in the English department at Liverpool Hope University.
Oh, incredible. Incredible. We'll hopefully be meeting up again.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So you're gonna perform something for us. What were you gonna?
Yeah. Well, I had three pieces in mind to kind of sum up how the day has gone. I used to work with the Lado, which was a Ghanaian drum and dance ensemble, and we used to. It was set up out of the uprising in 1981. And Stephen Skin came to Liverpool along with the Ras Messengers and people like Teacher Don, Yao, Ben, and they came and they set up, they had a libation and Peter Blackman, we applied for funding and set up the Lado. So the kind of cultural journey started there because I used to be a chef at that time and I managed to be part of the Lado, and I used to perform poetry in between the dancers, getting changed and stuff. Yeah, it's
I love it.
It's
Absolutely love it.
grown and grown until it's fruitful.
Yeah,
it's great.
Incredible. Well, I'll take it away. The audience is right there,
Right here
in that little
So I
circle.
usually stand when I perform. But this is Levi Tafari, writer, performer, urban griot, based in the city of Liverpool. Was actually born and raised here. So I see myself as tricultural, which doesn't mean I'll try anybody's culture, but I have an African root with a Caribbean heritage and a British experience. Born and raised here. So there was some talk about spirituality, and as African people, we are very spiritual in different ways, and we see things in a spiritual way. And this poem is called Black Roots in a Babylon. Spiritually rooted, culturally aware, a mystical African atmosphere, a cultural beat and an African drum like the beat of the heart when life began. So black people roots in a Babylon, a positive vibration in a wicked land, a disciplined man in a disciplined land, a spiritual fight against wrong. Art and craft combined together. Music and dance for the brothers and the sisters, natural living upon the earth. But in a Babylon, what is life really worth? A concrete jungle where it is cold and a one could easily lose the soul. A place where the sun, it barely shines and the smoking of the herb is a crime. A technical place that is full of machine where a one is not respected as a human being if you have black skin. Them say that is a sin. In a land of competition, black skin can't win. Now the root of black culture is here. So Babylonians better take care because we helped up this land and now we want our share. So give us the African atmosphere. Give black culture a chance and let peace and love advance because we're coming out of the trance and I go straight in an African dance. A cultural education for all of the youth. A selfish education will make them brutes. So teach black culture in your schools and the runnings in a Babylon may be cool because we're spiritually rooted, culturally aware. Want a cultural atmosphere, a cultural beat in an African way, because African culture is with us to stay. African culture is here today. African culture leads the way. Africa, Africa, Africa. Thank you.
Amazing.
So again, education is key, and it's interesting that when we look at our culture and our cultural expression, it isn't always part of the mainstream, but eventually, because it is so good and vibrant and inclusive, then it becomes part of the mainstream because everybody can participate. And one of those genres is rap. And rap spawned breakdancing, and I know this is a dance forum, but a particular style of dance, which some of the moves are based on West African dance. So, as a wordsmith, words are important, and this one is called Scribe on the Vibe. And like I said, it's important that we communicate, educate, and we organize. Select the word, inject the rhyme, then synchronize it to the rhythm of time. It moves, it flows, it's sweet like wine, translated through a root bass line. A language spoken we all know in the beauty of the suburbs and the rough ghettos. From islands, continents to countries, transcending cultural boundaries. Scribe on the vibe to stay alive, communicate, educate, organize. We're gonna scribe on the vibe to stay alive, communicate, educate, organize. It started out, I said, long ago with a movement known as the Griot, who chanted, recited, and told stories to document events in their communities. Nomadically drifted from town to village, communicating, spreading their knowledge from God to the heart, then to the tongue, a direct cultural expression that used instruments like the kora and the drum, expressing their cultural tradition. It started out in West Africa, a land alive with culture, because we scribe on the vibe to stay alive, communicate, educate, organize. We're going to scribe on the vibe to stay alive, communicate, educate, organize. Out on the streets where the youths reside, they're spreading their message far and wide. The tradition of the RAP, that's rap rhythmically applied, poetry. The street cries of the urban dubs have entered the theaters, hit the clubs, communicating, celebrating, educating. Our journey is set, we're accelerating. Scribe on the vibe to stay alive, communicate, educate, organize. We're gonna scribe on the vibe to stay alive, communicate, educate, organize, communicate, educate, and get wise.
Come on.
And finally, it's for each and everyone to take control of who they are and shape their destiny. And although we work as a collective, as a people, because they say it takes a village to raise a child, we're still responsible for self. So you have to rise up and do what you can do. My father used to always say, there are three types of people in life. There are those who make things happen, there are those who watch things happen, and there are those who haven't got a clue what's happening. So pick your category. This one is called Shape Your Destiny. The meditation of the heart motivates the mind. Seek deeper within yourself. Explore and find your purpose in life with all of its meanings. Opportunities will come. Can you feel the feeling? You can move mountains at will, but you have to have the intention. From the tree of life, pluck the fruit of inspiration. Have faith in yourself is what I believe. Stand first, speak up, and you will achieve. Opportunities exist. What's your vocation? Inspiration, motivation, and a little dedication. Opportunities exist. What's your vocation? Inspiration, motivation, a little dedication. Now people have ideas on how this life should be. When you travel life's road, move carefully. Fulfill your ambitions, whatever they are, with the right attitude, you will go far. Believe you can achieve as time passes by. Find your space on this earth and then rise high. The right state of mind will obtain your goals. Express yourself, mind, body, and soul. Opportunities exist. What's your vocation? Inspiration, motivation, and a little dedication. Opportunities exist. What's your vocation? Inspiration, motivation, a little dedication. Now flowing through your minds, embedded in your heads, are pictures that are painted when words are being said. Translate the images and make a decision, put them into perspective and make a contribution. This life is to be cherished, if but for one day, because where there is a will, there's always a way. Take the tools of life and shape your destiny. One life, one aim, one opportunity. Opportunities exist. What's your vocation? Inspiration, motivation, a little dedication. Opportunities exist. What's your vocation? Inspiration, motivation, a little dedication. Tell it to the nation, we need cooperation. Tell it to the nation, let's deal with unification. Thank you.
That was amazing, man. I appreciate it. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, man, wow.
Positive vibes. You have to end on positive. And like I said, we have to be self-aware and we have to connect with each other.
For sure.
You know, because we're one family. You know, people talk about a human race. A race is a competition where somebody comes first, somebody comes second, somebody comes third, and sometimes people cheat. So we're a human family. And families fall out, you know, but that doesn't stop the fact that we're all connected and interlinked. And, you know, diversity is important because we gain more from a more diverse way of living, a better survival. So when you eat, you don't just eat protein and nothing else. You need vitamins, you need calcium, you know, as well as the protein, iron. And it's just, a different range of foods. You know, we have different religions, we have different languages, different ways of dressing, but we're one family. And that's the main thing, you know. So.
Oh man, seriously, we really appreciate it, and I know you appreciate it as well. So even though we can't hear, we need to hear. Okay, this is actually the ending. So we've had an incredible day. Like we've had discussions. You've seen some short films. It's not the end though. So if you stay on this platform, if you go to the rooms, the booths, the lounge area, you'll be able to have conversations. You'll be able to watch some of the films that have been done. You'll be able to connect with people. Make sure you go to the chat area, keep communicating with us. If you found anybody who you're interested in terms of like connecting with, make sure you go and find them in the area, the networking area. Hope you tried out the speed networking section earlier on, but keep thinking about this, of the topics that we've looked at so far. We've talked about leadership, we've talked about young people, we've talked about education, we've talked about health and well-being. We talked about economy and finance. We talked about everything. We talked about the arts in general, and we talked about collaboration. So whatever projects you're up to, make sure you're connecting with people, and let's keep this thing running. Whatever you're up to this evening, I hope you'll stay blessed. My name is Andre Bright from Sierra Leone. Hopefully I'll see you again.